Hey guys, good to see you, and welcome to this Saturday evening's live stream again. And we have Grayman Prepping Gil in the house and
I need
Mark.
to change my name up there.
Well, that is the first thing I came up with. So
yeah, you're right. I'm on Grayman Prepping side, but that was last night's Friday night in the homestead.
Yeah. And we have CR in the house. Good to see you. And we have Shannon in the house. Also good to see you, ma'am. And we have also Guardian in the house. That's awesome. And we have the Girls Are Us official. Good to see you too, guys. And we have PV in the house as well. PV has changed. He created a new channel, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it a second channel for him, or is this?
He deleted his old and created a new.
Bob's here now.
Yeah, Bob is here. That was fast. And I'm gonna send a link to PV. Can I spell things right today or not? Obviously not. Some days are like that. There we have PV, Bob. Bob, you always want the link, so.
Yeah.
And perhaps Guardian as well.
Yeah.
But anyway, today is a good day.
Any day's a good day.
I'm feeling, for me, it's a good day because I'm feeling much, much better than I did a couple of days ago when I got the flu. So this is a good day.
Yeah.
And there we have PV.
What's up, PV? He's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah. PV, I think he will.
Yeah, I'm here. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Loud and clear.
Good.
Let's see, we got Texas Raider in here as well.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
And Nick Mueller.
Nick Muller, yeah.
Muller.
I think he's in South Africa, yeah.
Okay.
CR Grayman Prepping, yep. Texas Raider.
Hey, Nick Mueller, good to see you. Hey, Texas Raider, 1122, good to see you.
The Girls Are Us, official.
Yeah.
I'm not come across that channel.
Well, I have a lot of interesting people. And it's nice to see so many popped up at this moment. I'm not used to that it's 11 people in the beginning of the stream. I usually have to wait a couple of more minutes.
Yeah. In fact, we had quite a lot of people on the up here last week. It was almost 8 people at one point. The screen was full.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought they looked familiar. I've seen some of their shorts pop up when I'm scrolling through shorts.
Right.
So the Girls Are Us official. Yeah, I've seen them. I've seen some of their videos. 763 videos. Yeah, they're official.
Don't be scrolling through my shorts. You won't like what you find.
No, don't worry.
You're very welcome. But anyway, we have an interesting topic for today, guys. Tips, things, and resources that have helped you out. And actually, this topic suggested by CER, Creative Redundancy.
So you should be up here giving an intro as to your.
Actually, he's feeling under the weather today, so he stays in the chat, as he told
Right,
me.
okay. No worries.
He didn't feel that well, so he just didn't want to.
Get well soon, CR. Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob, good to see you. So, where we begin, tips, things, and resources that have helped you out.
Right, this has got scope to be a massive topic again. Because,
Yeah, probably.
Down to every individual's experiences and so on and so on. But yeah, I mean, I suppose there's a load of generic ones we can cover first. I don't know, paracord, gaffer tape, zip ties, that sort of thing.
I think raw materials is also high on the list to do whatever you want and help you however you can.
I would have to say that for me originally, for tips, things, and resources, all go back to 1971 during the Silmar earthquake. Because as a scout, I was asked to do an emergency preparedness thing, and so my tips, resources, and everything was the Los Angeles Fire Department, which was the station was only several blocks away. So I went down and talked to them, and then they had a captain come out there. Their captain on preparedness, came out there and talked to me and all the notes and stuff. My mom's taking notes. I'm taking notes. And yeah, I mean, the Los Angeles Fire Department was probably my best resource for starting out in emergency preparedness.
Hey, Venerable Owl, good to see you, brother.
I think the most useful thing you could have, I mean, everyone's got generic preps that you can't avoid, really, food, water, and those sorts of staples. But things that which are always useful and always a resource, always, multi-use items is this thing. I mean, everyone should have these sorts of things around the house anyway. Oil, some light lubricating oil, 3-in-1, that sort of thing, some WD-40, gaffer tapes, the things that will aid you, that will to bodge, cannibalize, or fix just about anything, or just about make you get by with anything. So zip ties, elastic bands, it's always grew one, a good one, and then buckets full of things like screws and nails of various sorts of sizes and that. Things that will help you in the damage repair scenario, or if you have only got one of something left and that breaks down, you can at least get it working to some sort of functionality with that sort of thing. I mean, duct tape, paracord, zip ties,
Caffeine and vodka.
Caffeine and vodka, yeah.
Well, it's underproof. You can use it for sterilizing unless you're yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Well, if it's helped you out in a bad situation, then yeah, caffeine and vodka helped you out.
Hey, you can mix the two together, I guess. Sure.
Irish coffee.
Not with vodka, maybe with Bailey's, yeah.
Oh, all right, Russian coffee.
Yeah, Russian
Yeah.
coffee. Swedish coffee.
Nick says super glue. Yeah,
Super-
that is another thing.
It's funny. You guys are listing everything. I'm sitting at my cabin, and everything PV's listed, I'm like, yeah, I got that. Yeah, I got that. Yeah, I got that. It's all here. I have so much stuff here, buckets of plumbing parts, and I don't have any plumbing out here except rain barrels and a stream. I got pumps. I got power supplies. I got firewood. I got all my tools. I mean, screws. You keep listing stuff. I'm like, yep, got it. Okay, we're done here. I can go.
I mean, everyone should have all this sort of thing dotted around the house already.
Yeah, I have it all around my house, but I also have it at my cabin out here because it's just me. So I just make sure I got and every time I think of something, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna bring some of those out here. Leave them in a bucket.
I think one of the out of all the deployments I've been on in 25 years of an army career, one thing I always had with me was a multi-tool. And that got me through just about everything, that needed to be repaired, taken apart, put together, cleaned or whatever. Yeah. They're excellent devices. There's some good ones out there, some bad ones out there. Personally, I just used the one I got given, which was a Leatherman Super Tool 100.
Yeah.
But,
I
also...
I got the Gerber. It's funny. I come out to the cabin.
Hey,
Maria
Rosario.
Yep.
Nice,
I opened up one of my totes with my tools because I lost the same one about 6 months ago. I opened up one of my boxes. Oh, there it is. Found it. So now I got two. One's gonna stay out here. The other one goes with me.
Yeah. And of course, when I left the army, you can't walk around with a Leatherman
There you go.
in your on your body around in public because it's got a lock-in blade.
Yep.
So I then resorted to, and what carried around me DC is a Swiss Army knife, the Swiss Army Champ, and that is sort of my go-to now to everything when I'm out and about or even in the house. It's always here somewhere.
Yeah, I feel naked if I don't have my little adjustable wrench and my Leatherman in my pocket or my Gerber.
Right. Yeah, I mean, excellent tools and brilliant devices. I like the scissors, cross point screwdriver, the pliers. You always got to have some sort of blade to cut things. Depends on what you use. I mean, when it comes down to safety, the Swiss Army knives are a bit nasty because they don't lock. Well, the one I haven't got, and it does anyway. And you can quite easily cut your fingers.
I think we've all folded.
I really hate it when that happens.
Yeah.
I folded one on my finger a couple times, and I learned the hard way. I need a lock blade.
Yeah, it happens to me too.
Yeah. That was the only thing I didn't like about my first Boy Scout knife. I learned really quick not to do it. Because I do have a couple little scars here on there from holding it. You get a little scar, not too deep, but just still it's cuts and stuff. And as a kid, it's like I'll just put a Band-Aid on it.
Yeah. That's gonna hurt later. Yeah, put some crazy glue on there, and a piece of duct tape, and let it heal. You'll be fine. Rub some dirt in it, walk it off.
And I was thinking earlier about some of the things I used to always have with me, which has always been useful. I always used to use some more often than not. Another one was a sewing kit. Housewife used to call them, little tiny thing. As long as you get one decent generic color, black cotton, which is a strong cotton, you repair all sorts. The amount of times I've been on exercise out for 2, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, and I've had to sew up, trousers or my smock because I've ripped it on a barbed wire fence. It's very useful. And if I didn't have that with me, I used to use gaffer tape, just put it over the patch and wait till you get back to camp. But sewing kits, yeah, definitely. And I think they're underrated as well because people like to focus on the big things, knives and all this sort of stuff and fire starting tools. But, you rip your trousers on some sharp rock or, a plant, a thorny plant or something like that, or a barbed wire fence, and, you're letting the elements in.
Hey, Bob.
Okay.
Good to see you again.
Hey, Bob.
Good morning, all.
Good morning.
Morning, Bob.
Seems like I got it working now. Okay.
No, it's afternoon for me, but that's all right.
Well, I can use almost anything as to help me out. Recently, food scraps. I've made them into indoor compost.
Yep.
I can take a pile of anything and weld it all together and make it into a tool. Well, just all depends upon the amount of tools and time you have. For me. Morning, Maria.
Another thing I used to do is we used to torch light and white light was.
Hey, Teresa, good to see you, man.
Was limited because of light hazards and the sanity of light. So everyone used to just have a little button torch on their zipper, their main smock, and it's always there with you. You're not going to lose it if it's attached to you. And all you need is a little tiny bit of light. Do what you got to do. Turn it off. There you go.
Yeah, what's being useful for me, paracord and my flashlight.
Yep, can't go wrong.
Can't go wrong with that.
Well, you say that. I mean, we used to use paracord all the time to fix and strap things down and stuff like this. It's all well and good when you've got a vehicle or you're playing about with sort of antennas or rigging and stuff like that. But I mean, when I left the army, I bought a couple of 100 meters, a couple of spools worth of 100 meters of paracord and stuff like that. And I literally now have to think of projects to use it. I don't really use it that much.
However, just the time you use it up, also you have all of these projects just pop up.
Yeah.
One of the things that I've used for years, and even though I got a phone that has a note app on it, I prefer a notebook.
Yeah,
notebooks are really great.
I can scribble a lot faster than I can on the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, mentioning that, Gil, right there. I got one sitting right next to me right now. Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Yep.
Yeah. Prep a notebook. Get yourself prep a notebook. Write all sort. Make your own resource of information and everything that you may forget or you're not up to speed on.
Compass.
Yeah, I think things like things you don't often do very day, but involve some sort of safety, like how to wire up a load of batteries. If you get it wrong, they could blow up, etc., etc.
You talk about resources. I rebuilt my whole deck. I guess it's 14 by 12. Tore it all down, put all new wood, everything in there about 2 years ago. Didn't throw the wood out because even though it's like old and I didn't want it for my deck anymore, it still has function. So I built I used all my deck wood. I'm building a firewood holder because my last one was just 2 pieces of wood on the ground.
Perfect.
I'll show you this mess.
I love that kind of stuff. Perfect. That's perfect.
Sharp
it's artwork.
Yes.
My whole pile's over. So now I'm working on rebuilding I'm putting it all up there. And those 2 pieces of wood underneath, they're going on top over there. So, can't forget the flag. Got to have a flag.
Yep. I've been chainsawing things all week, and so I've got a new chainsaw. And all the offcuts I've made into firewood. I've put them in the spare portion of the greenhouse to season a bit quicker than normal.
Yeah, on that topic, that cherry tree I cut down in my backyard.
Yeah.
Did you see how much? Oh my God! I made a whole ton of paint can stove, emergency cooking wood. Bought a couple different ways of splitting it, and I'm good. I'm set. I think I'm set for in case power goes out for a fairly long time.
Yeah.
Propane I can go to, and then go to the paint can stove. So I'm doing good. Yeah.
Well, that actually spurred me on. I mean, you did something about a year and a half ago, and it wasn't until I always collect wood and I put it into it's either stacked up, ready to be chopped up, or put stuff in the greenhouse. Or I've now got a wheelie bin as well that I put it in there as well. But I now, because of one of your videos, I cut them down to little tiny smaller pieces.
There you go.
I'm gonna get and then Shadow did one a while back. It must have been 3 or 4 episodes back about cooking. And I'm going to get this type of cooker that it burns smaller sticks. So then I can put them in there and use that then.
Yeah, those are most of those branches that I cut in and they're hanging up, they're drying. I got them by going for a morning walk and picking up little branches off the sidewalk or out in the parking lot whenever I pull into a parking lot somewhere.
Yeah.
These naturally died and fell off the trees. And in fact, I did that 2 days ago. I picked up a branch and brought it home and segmented it and hung it up on the wires. Some of those I waxed to make sure that they're going to work, and then the others, like those ones I just showed you, they're not waxed. I can use those when we're cooking meat on the grill this summer, because I try not to cook with charcoal. Most of the time I use just natural wood, stuff I pick up.
Yeah.
You got me doing that now, Bob. Every time I come to my cabin, I got to clear brush and stuff that fell on my my entryway, so to speak. Call it a driveway, a road, whatever. So I stopped the truck and I got branches everywhere. So I'm picking up. I'm like, well, I'll get the extra feet in there. I'll walk a couple 100 yards to my cabin, drop this pile of kindling off because I needed to start my fires down here instead of starter fluid.
Well, yeah, this is how I do it, guys. Is just cut them into. These are for the paint can stove or for the barbecue. I cut them into 4-inch segments, drill a 5/32 hole in the center, and run a piece of wire through them, and they're hanging up there, drying, ready to go for this summer. You know, when we're outside cooking, or fire starting, whatever I want. Yeah, and it's all for free, guys. You don't have to. No effort. Just pick it up.
Hey, if it's free, just like when people are doing renovations and that, and they got piles of 2x4 nails and all. I mean, as long as that thing is 48 inches or longer, and even with a couple nails in it, I'll be like, hey, what are you doing with that? Oh, we're waiting for the dumpster. I'm like, oh, would you mind if I took some? Yeah, take what you want, buddy.
Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead.
Take it all. Take it out to the cabin. I got projects always doing. I used I forgot about my use my deck wood for everything. So I built got my solar. I don't know if you can see that.
Yep.
But I got my solar panel. I just used some of the deck wood and put a pivot on there. Some hinges I picked up for almost free at a garage sale, and wire it in. I got my.
Well, that's perfect. Yeah, I love that kind of stuff, man.
Yeah.
You guys remind me You remind me of something I hadn't thought about is back when I was a early teenager and pre-teenager, we used to go around and collect, boards with nails in it. My younger brother and I would spend hours out there pulling all the nails, straightening the nails out to build our little clubhouses and tree forts and stuff.
Free nails.
Yeah, we used to do the same thing when I was growing up, Gil. You bet. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, kids nowadays, do you know how to straighten out a nail? They look at you like, what?
Why would I do that? I just go to the hardware store and buy another box.
Yeah.
Another thing I found very useful, my tactical pen.
Cool.
Yeah.
Use it every day, basically. And my little card holder.
That's the RF protection, right?
Yeah, exactly. Works perfectly. And my monkey fist keychain.
Right there in your pocket every day. Good man.
Every day. Been very useful to me. So
the one of the things that for doing different things, I do a lot of little workout in the shop, but I have a bunch of pencils out there, wooden pencils. Measure twice, mark once, cut once.
Yeah.
And then for the steel, if Bob probably knows that it's kind of hard to see what it is.
You bet.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Soapstone. Yes.
You bet.
My dad left me a big box of it from when he retired from working at Signode, and so I got it, and it's like every now and then I got to pull out a new one because I've
used the heck out of those, Gil. I used them all up back when I was art welding, making sculptures. I used the heck out of soapstones. In fact, I wore them all out. There again, I made all my sculptures out of scrap wood that I picked up. Just junk, like roadside. How people, when they move or spring cleaning, they'll set a box of stuff out on the curb. That's how they do it here. Go through that stuff, cut it up, weld it all together, and make a candle holder and sell it. Oh, yeah.
So the coffee pot I've got on the screen there. a tip for people is what I do is we go through this sort of coffee quite a lot, and it doesn't matter about the brand, but on the top of that it's got a little orange lid that when you take that off, you peel open the aluminium foil seal, and then you reseal it with this plastic pop-on lid. Now the pop-on lid, once you finish the coffee jar, fits perfectly onto can of beans, the standard canned food can.
Excellent.
And what I do is every time I finish one of those, I lob it into one of the prep boxes. Each prep box has got 4 or 5 of these in there by now. And so when you come to use your preps in any sort of situation, for instance, and you don't finish a full can, you pop one of those lids on and it would temporarily seal it.
Perfect.
As opposed to, I mean, you could do other methods. You could use foil or, saran wrap or anything like that. But just a little thing, it avoids throwing extra stuff away. You pop it in there, it fits perfect. So, yeah, a little tip for people there.
That's awesome. A good use of things.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that, Nick, about the pencil graphite.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Good conductor as well, yeah.
How do you do that? Do you crush it and then mix it
yeah,
with oil or
but
But you
something?
can crush it or just scrape the tip on a key.
Yeah, or you're on a knife, a little piece of paper, you scrape it, you put it right up against it, give it a gentle puff, and blow it into the lock, and just get it all over the key. You just want to get it in there so it starts moving around. I mean, you don't just stop; you move it around, work the lock, get it so it coats everything, especially the pins.
Oh, cool. I didn't know about that.
I didn't know that either.
Vaseline, that's a good
Good to
one.
know.
The Girls Are Us official said Vaseline. Yeah, definitely a good one.
Yeah,
Fire
Vaseline.
starters,
That is something I
lubrication.
should get myself. Actually, I don't have any.
Even if you haven't got a tub of it, you can. Chapstick is a good multi-use little tool as well.
Yeah.
You can use it in everything from crossbow string lubricant to fire starting.
Yeah, Vaseline. I like when we have a fire pit out in the front, and our neighbors, they'll as soon as they see me light one of mine up and throw it in there to start the fire, they go, "Oh, I make mine out of Vaseline and cotton balls." Like, yeah, there it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
A million
works
uses for
perfectly.
Vaseline.
Yeah.
Makeshift candles, cotton wool, and Vaseline. Yeah, that works definitely.
I even save my used cooking oil, crappy cooking oil that I don't buy anymore, and I use that. I'll pour some of that on a stick just to start my fire out here. Once it gets going, it burns for a bit and gets everything else going. I got a couple quarts of used peanut oil from chicken wings and stuff like that I won't cook with anymore. Yeah, I just keep it in tubs out here or bottles out in the out at the cabin. I'll use that to start a fire if I can't find enough twigs or sticks or if anything's wet.
Yeah.
Little peanut oil or a candle. Even candle wax is great.
Yes,
well, Bob knows that. He dips everything in candle wax.
Hey,
you bet I do. Yeah.
You,
yeah, I do that because there's so much rain here in the Pacific Northwest, and if anything happens,
solar.
You get a hole in the roof, or and go ahead and let the rain hit my firewood, or go ahead, it's okay, it's going to stay dry. I can still pick it up and light it up and keep using it.
One thing I learned from about 3 or 4 years ago was broke down in the middle of nowhere. Couldn't get a phone signal.
Hey, slippery pickle.
Because my phone SIM card wasn't in coverage. So now, from what I do now is I bought made sure immediately after I bought 4 or 5 other SIM cards and put some credit on those, so I could swap and change them. But that got a bit too precarious because you got scope for losing all these little tiny SIM cards. Then, so I just bought a dual SIM card phone. So SIM slot 1 has got me the SIM card I normally use, and SIM card slot 2 has got an alternative carrier, so that if I can't get a signal with one, I can get a signal with the other one. So I'm hopefully not going to be in the same situation again.
In the Boy Scouts, what we did with our scouts was fire starters. This is made of newspaper and wax.
There you go.
Yeah.
Here's something that I do. I right here as a striking weapon. That's a garden hoe handle, a real junky one I bought at a secondhand store, and I reworked it and put a bushing in it and lanyard hole and all that. That was an old hickory garden hoe.
Hey, vlogging with Vinko.
Made that into an arnis stick. Oh, if you got a few tools around and you got to, you have that kind of a mind, the artist kind of a mind, man, you can look at anything laying around. Like, man, I could use that. One thing that was impressed me was CR. He made a video where he took, those plastic onion bags that are open. That impressed me, how he took it apart and made it into sewing thread and mended something with it. It's like fucking brilliant, man. I never thought of that. Never thought of it.
No, it's few who have.
Mm-hmm.
That's one reason why I've got paracord in my bootlaces and on my pull cords around my jackets and stuff like that to replace those. Because, I mean, not only the fact you could use them as a makeshift fishing line and stuff like this in dire situations, but you could use it as, and I have done before, used it as a thread as well. Get one of the threads out.
Hey, Dave Knight, good to see you.
Need a needle that's got a big enough eye in it to accept a slightly bigger thread of one of the inner strands. Yeah.
One of the things this is a challenge. I'm going to put a challenge out right now to CR. CR, get a short piece of paracord, take it apart and use that for sewing. One of our scouts did that to sew his. So he didn't want to wait till he got home, and he had needles, but he didn't have any thread. So he took a piece of paracord apart and sewed his new patch on that he earned at scout camp.
Smart.
That is a brilliant way to solve the problem.
Yeah.
Hello, Ate Beth. Mm-hmm.
That was just one of those ones that's like, he was thinking so far out of the box. The rest of us were like, how come none of us ever thought of it? Mr. P, how come you didn't teach us that? I never thought of that either.
Well, sometimes the kids can figure things out and, hey, look what we did. And U.S. leaders stand there like, what? That's amazing. Why didn't we thought about that before?
This scout went to a private school, not public education, dumb you down school.
Okay.
And they were the school he went to. I mean, they're just like, I wish I could afford to send my kids there because they were a bunch of free thinker, give puzzles. All right, figure this out. How you do it type thing. So he had developed a how-to skill mindset to figure things out.
Okay. Well, the answer to that one, the girls are us official, is don't follow me for a start. I'm at the moment, I'm not into people following me. I've deleted my whole history channel, etc., for various reasons. And at the moment, it's just a participation is the only reason why I've got a channel up there. So there won't be any content for a while.
Yeah. That was what's that? That was the girls. Okay.
Yeah.
The girls are us official.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, Mark hasn't put out that many videos yet. It's not, even though Tammy and I have been bugging him every Monday when he's on our live stream. But he does have some videos out there.
I probably have about 500 hours of GoPro video saved. All tractor, property, all that stuff. That's going on my Magic Acres channel, but I just haven't had the time. I'm doing so much other stuff. I'm like, I'd rather be doing other things right now than sitting around editing videos all night long.
Mm. Yeah, on my channel, I changed the way I do videos. I get everything set up, make one shot, and post it. I used to do the editing, and I'm not going to do that anymore, because if you make a video less than 2 minutes, people will watch it. They'll
Right.
watch the whole thing, right? That's just how I've changed the way I do business.
Yeah, I was going to make a video making my my wood holder here, and I'm like, no, I don't have time to make. No, I don't have time for this crap. I just need to make it, use it, get my. And I'm moving wood back and forth while you guys are talking. You're literally sitting in the tailgate of my pickup truck in the iPad, and I'm just walking back and forth listening. You can hear wood drop every now and then. Get my exercise in when I can.
Hey, CB, good to see you, man.
I think there's a lot of videos out there which have just been done to death, and the way ahead is, if people want to really learn, they podcasts and streams like this.
Guardian.
Hey, Guardian, podcasts and streams like this are a much better way to pick up tips, because there's much information that gets put out there in the short space of time. People can quite easily miss a load of things. So,
freeze drying, I learned a lot of things watching other people's videos. I don't proclaim to absorb everything they put out there, but I see tips and tricks in different people, and I'm like, oh, I can use this, and this. So I got like seven or eight different things I use that I learned on other channels that I now use for my freeze drying, and it works great for me. So whatever works for you works for you.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I put if I put something out there and they're like, do you have a recipe for that? It's like, no, I really don't. And it's really not rocket science unless you really don't know how to cook.
And I think you have something to add to this, Guardian, as you usually have.
I prefer to be the strong, silent type, Shadow. You know me.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, he's out to impress the ladies. Strong, silent type.
No, I need to impress one lady who's busy sleeping at the moment, but she's the best lady for me.
Oh,
excellent.
Shadow, I hate you. I hate you. Because Miss Icy Fit featured your channel on her channel, and I am jealous. I'm angry at you. I hate you for life, and I still proclaim that I am far more handsome than you are.
Bob, you're fired.
Bob is by far the most handsome on this panel.
Mister, you stay away from them Asian ladies. They belong with me in my harem, okay?
Just a disclaimer, Bob jokes a little bit there.
I do. I'm joking. I don't hate him. I thought it was pretty cool of her. Nice of her.
No, it's good to see you, Bob. And hey, Gil.
Yeah, it's a pretty really nice lady.
She is. I told you, awesome lady.
Are you willing to disclose some of that's very much news to me, like about the channel? Send me a WhatsApp when you got a chance, if you prefer to not disclose any of that here right now.
Well, basically, things are getting silly in UK, and people are getting knocks on the door by the police, all sorts of stuff like that. So I went through my channel the other day, and I'm not going to give anyone any ammunition, so I just took the whole lot down and said, fine, I'll wait until things, if ever, come back to normality or whatever it is. But
did you have the video saved on an external drive or something so you can reload them later when it's safe to?
Oh yeah, they're all backed up, and every video is saved and stuff like that. So yeah, it's not a problem.
Excellent. Yeah. And that's the thing most people don't think about is, an external hard drive is an excellent way to back up stuff you don't want to lose.
You just
need to have those.
I'll give you an example. One guy, he's got a good following. He's got a YouTube channel. Just sorry to go off subject a second, but he as well as his YouTube channel, he's got an Instagram channel and various other things. I don't really use any other social media whatsoever apart from X. And he put a 1 minute post on Instagram a year ago, and then 4 months ago, he got a knock on the door by 10 special branch officers, anti-terrorist officers, raided his house. They went through everything, and it was banned from any electronic device for 4 months until they sent it away, all of it, for forensic examination, all coming down to this one minute video that he did, which he deleted after it got 50 views, etc. But it's just getting stupid.
Hey, dear
so.
Love Survival, good to see you.
Well, they're saying that if anybody from like America goes over to Europe anywhere that has laws like that, they have the right to go through all your stuff and then arrest you if they want.
Yeah.
Well,
And
I guess we're not going to Europe anymore.
It's not just a case of what you're saying now. It's anything you posted or quote unquote published.
Posted on my Facebook 12 years ago.
Yeah.
I went to some country and I found, a little pile of trash in the corner. Oh, you're under arrest.
Yeah. North Korea.
Yeah. About time we tell them to get lost.
I can remember, I thought it was funny at the time, I thought, that's a bit weird. I can remember watching some, I don't know, it was some article on TV about 5 or 6 years ago. It might have been even further than that, 6, 7 years ago plus. And they were interviewing, bloke was walking along the streets in China, and he picked someone out of the blue and asked him a question, and the guy was looking around, anyone watching me sort of thing, and he just wouldn't answer any basic questions in case the secret police got hold of him.
Yep.
So they're just struggling to drive people underground and so on and so on. But anyway.
Yeah, and Slippery Pickle says, PV, don't let Scotland Yard catch you praying in the wrong public location. You get to sell next to Tommy Robinson for that.
Yeah, I mean, even mentioning his name and getting associated with him, you're a target. It's just, So anyway, off subject a bit. We'll go back onto topic. I just want to say something about a top tip, basically for bug out bags, evacuation bags, etc. Is if everyone's got everyone likes the bug out bag scenario because it's nice and sexy. People like gathering their little gadgets and equipment and so on, and they like tinkering with it and evaluating it and all this sort of stuff. I would say to people out there, top tip is to really go through your evacuation bags, what I'll call it, and be hard on yourself, eliminate what's unnecessary. Then people have got to follow it up with a sort of dry run through and actually go from A to B to assess what is actually needed. So, and you'll probably find out that a third of what you got in there is probably not necessarily anyway. It's all a case of confidence and what ifs. Oh, I've got to have that in case. I've got to have this in case, etc. You're carrying it. Crack on.
Yeah. How much just in case crap can you carry?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. As you get older, less and less and less,
Yeah.
There's a
Water,
guy.
food, clothing, and extra lighters.
Yeah, there's a guy in Australia that actually does it really well when it comes to using a tack vest. He has most of his bug out equipment, like most of the really important stuff, in his combat vest as well. So the combat vest, obviously, combat and tactical vest, has a large amount of pockets on it. So for the most part, you can fit like the bare essentials. And be surprised what you can get away with if you start scaling down. I definitely believe, as much as I also love bug out bags, I do believe that the more you know, the less you need. And I think that if you start being, resourceful in your local area, you can absolutely get away with that. But ultimately, yeah, exactly, Bob. That's a brilliant vest right there. If you really have to get out in a hurry and you have no time to take any bags or anything like that as well, strap something like that on and you're good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What I'm going to do to butt in here for a moment, I'm going to replace that vest with a small knapsack for the wife and I. And I've got a lady doing some sewing for me. So we can buckle that knapsack on the back of our Y harnesses. Our Y harness has pistols, a couple of knives, all that. Buckle that on there, and we can just throw a jacket over us, or carry the knapsack over a jacket, you know, in case we have to just walk out. I don't plan on going out and bushcrafting and living in the woods, because I was a hunter most of my youth, and I know that you're going to starve to death. Period. You are going to starve to death. I was a good shooter, and I took a lot of game, but you can't sustain yourself on rabbits and deer. You just can't. You know, it's almost impossible. But yeah, ours is just set up to walk out, get away from danger. You know, do a fighting retreat, more or less, I should say.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as someone said earlier, you know, map and compass. Go back to the roots of it all.
Mm-hmm.
Know your roots. Know where the resources are on your roots. You know, get a map and compass and walk the route if you have to. Well, you use the method of transport you're planning to use in evacuation, and the last ditch effort would be to walk, obviously. But
yeah,
it depends. I mean, it's the thing about bug out bags and stuff like that, and
Hey, Moon over Miami, good to see you.
And bugging out and evacuation, all this type of thing. There's so many permutations. It's almost like the fitness trade. There's so many different permutations of training and eating and all this sort of stuff, and it's a never-ending circle. And people have got to find what works for themselves. Be realistic about it, but you know, do it, practice it, or you know, bare minimum, have a fly through. You know.
Yeah.
Bob, I know you were really like
yes, I like that. I like that. Mm-hmm.
This has 5 pouches basically.
I love that thing.
Yeah, and this one is made for I-16, the infantry,
Mm-hmm.
and it made 1912.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And there are 3 numbers below that says 516, 516. I don't know what those 516 means, but my idea is to make a survival belt of this.
Perfect.
And I need to wax it.
That's for the 6.5 by 55 Swedish Mauser.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's the one.
Yeah, you could wear that around your waist or just sling it around your chest, you know.
Yeah, I carry
it
like this. That was a lot of soldiers back then who wore it like this.
Sure did, yeah.
So all I need is to get the stuff to put in those pouches. So
perfect. Yep. Yeah, what I'm going to...
You have a nice little hook here too.
I'm going to replace that vest with a knapsack, and I'm going to go out and get a bunch of dried fruit that the wife and I can carry. So if we have to sit down for 2 or 3 days and wait till danger passes, dried fruit. Yeah.
And you have these loops here,
That's perfect.
2 of them. So I guess you attach a harness to this.
Yes.
If I remember it correct.
Yeah.
It is for if you would carry this around your waist, you have the harness.
Now you could put all kinds of things in that Swede. Anything, fire starters, multi-tools, small knife, you name it.
Yeah, that's my idea with that. I plan to have a small first aid kit, a fire starting kit, and a multi-tool and a folder with like a OpenL works perfect, fits perfectly.
Well, I'll be right back. I'll show you something I would put in there. I'll be right back. Excuse me.
Yeah, no problem, Bob.
Flash your gear.
But I need to wax it to maintain the leather in good condition.
You can also, if you wanted to, strap it to the outside of a Bergen to add some more carrying capability to a small day sack or something.
Yeah, probably. So when I bought that belt, my idea back then was to make a survival belt of it. So I had that in mind for years.
This is something very handy to carry, Swede. They're glucose tablets.
Okay.
I've used these. I have some of them in my vests and in the bug out and in the get home bags in my car. If you start getting hungry and tired,
Yeah.
they're chewable. Just pop one of them out, chew it up. It'll keep you going. It's like a little bit more energy to keep you going in case you start getting tired from being hungry. Yeah, trust me. These are very and they're cheap. Very handy. Yeah, would fit right in your belt. Yep.
Yeah, and I plan to fit some cordage as well.
Mm-hmm.
So something I used to carry and still do, similar to that, Bob. Some electrolyte tablets.
Yeah.
We used to use
Hey, heavyweight.
We used to use diarrhea sachets to replace sweat and electrolytes that you lost through sweat. But now I carry another alternative, which I've researched into being a good balance of sodium, salts, and sugars. I'll have to. I'll just go and grab it, see if I can tell you the name.
Mm-hmm.
And I also plan to put maybe a small fishing kit in one of those pouches as well. So
yeah, mm-hmm.
That's upstairs. So yeah, electrolyte sachets or like you got there, Bob, is definitely a good one because people are under stress. They immediately sort of gone from 0 to turbo mode and everything's working overdrive, sweating. You literally, you get to the point where you can't replace your electrolytes and sugars quick enough or salts unless you've got intervention. It's all right being in a sort of temperate country, but when it gets really hot and stuff like that, you're starting to play catch up all the time. So that sort of thing is definitely a good thing to have. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, guys, I've got these glucose tablets. I've got a get home bag in all of our cars, and glucose tablets are in all of our get home bags.
Yeah.
Even the kids. Yeah. There you go. Hydro.
Electrolyte drink mix.
Is that what they do? Okay. Great. Yeah. Perfect.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I try to. I don't really like sugary glucose-based stuff. It depends on the person because you can give yourself a massive sugar spike, I suppose. Yeah, I tend to go for the electrolyte mix more.
There you go.
But I mean, in the longer term, it will be a problem, I suppose. But you can mitigate that with an emergency electrolyte mix of sugar and salt in the right mixture, I suppose, as well. But it's definitely handy to have those little tablets. Definitely. Likewise, speaking of tablets, one YouTuber who made it famous, the Canadian prepper, was those little whizzy wipes, the compressed towels.
Yeah.
Put in a tube. I mean, yeah, okay, they're handy, I suppose. They're handy to have.
I have 2 bags full of them.
So. Right, you're a victim of advertising. Did you get a bag? Yeah, that you got. I mean, you go to places like various Chinese sellers that sell them in the hundreds, and they're good to have. Yeah, multi-use items, definitely a winner.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely.
It'd be nice if they were edible as well.
Edible.
Okay, so yes, I just looked it up. They do make them. Romco has a portable pocket fishing rod, 6 inches in length at Wally World. Cabela has one. There's some on Amazon, different size. Yep, I froze. So yeah, some on Amazon, Temu. Yeah, you can find a bunch of the pocket fishermen. You can actually find the vintage ones on eBay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Texas Raider says he carry bandanas for multi-use. That works too. I always carry bandana or shmog.
Yeah, I don't personally like them, but yeah, the only time I've ever carried some sort of rag around my neck was in hot places where you can use it as a sweat rag. The jungle is definitely a good one for that. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of shimags or anything like that. Really, it's not my personal preference. What are you showing there, Daryl? Fishing?
Oh, is that a fishing kit? Oh, very nice.
Yeah, compact fishing kit.
Oh,
All right,
good.
there we go. There we go.
Yeah, that is a really compact fishing kit.
Yeah.
Fishing rod pen.
That'll
Yeah.
work lovely. That'll work fine. A good down the river, and that'll work lovely. We can't hear you, Daria. That is amazing. Yeah, it's just perfectly sized that it's like mobile enough. It's such a great utility thing to have.
Yeah, very compact, and you can catch pretty large fishes on those.
Got one in my van, but it's not like that. It's not as good as that one. It's not as small.
Sausages.
Top tip with those ones is the end tip can break off easy, so put some sort of tube over it to protect the end tip from being snapped off.
Oh, yeah, especially in transportation. Yeah.
One of the first things I do with those sorts of reels is replace the line straight away, because that's the cheapest element of that fishing kit when you buy it. Replace it with a good solid line. My preference is a low diameter 25-pound line is what I go for, primarily because and there's another top tip for people out there fishing. So I spent years sea fishing. Is a lot of people use shock leader to avoid snap casting and stuff like this, so you can really launch some bait and the weight out there.
Yeah, sure, Nick. That would be no problem to do that.
Let's take a look here.
So instead of using shock leader, because you end up with this big knot, and sometimes it can shred your thumb or damage the rings in your fishing rods, is just use a stronger poundage line, say 25-pound line, but spend a bit more money and getting the lower diameter line as well, so you can really launch your bait out there and your rod and your bait and your weight, and it won't you snap cast unless you really knacker up the cast.
So I think that having that as well, and just having the intrigue and willingness to be a good fisherman, I think that comes down to not just like patience is such a key important role as well. It is something that I think that more in the modern generation, the younger generations as well. I really am starting to sound old when I say that at the age of 40. No, I am old. But
no one's laughing because we're all older than you, are they?
Yeah, no. I think 39 is one of those. Yeah, I'm literally on the borderline there. But it's just something that could definitely benefit a lot of people, is having that skill set and being willing to, spend time on the river and actually develop that skill. Something else that I just want, I see we lost the real life. I hope he gets back. I think it's probably a signal problem. I just wanted to mention the importance, and it's going to sound strange, but the importance of like clean, fresh, and dry socks and underwear. Like,
oh boy,
they are so important. Like in any sort of situation, whether it be hiking, camping, or anything like that at all. Like, it's always going to be extremely important for people to realize like what it's like without having like the utility of like fresh socks as well. And then obviously with the type of socks that you choose, having a good pair of hiking socks will pull you through all sorts of trouble as well. So having like 2 or 3 of them of like legitimate hiking socks, you want to try and get like wool or good synthetic material. Stay away from cotton as much as you can when it comes to socks as well. Because if you go through like any hiking event, like if you do any proper outdoor racking it or anything like that as well, you're going to cross areas where there's small ravines and rivers. And look how beautiful, such a beautiful looking GSD, bro.
Yeah.
I do that to my dog. hold the ball up back and forth like you're getting sleepy. Please get sleepy. I'm done playing with you for the last 9 hours.
Go to sleep.
I do that with the grandkids.
Relax.
Yes.
Chill out.
Dave Knight says bismuth pills if you get bad water. I'm not familiar with bismuth pills, but
Hey guys,
Business bills.
sorry.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be just easy if we went and arrested these crazy leaders?
Is that a
Sure.
top tip?
Yeah, it's a top tip because I mean, rather than for us to get prepared to go into the wilderness, we're gonna have.
Let's just get rid of the problem that's causing the problem. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds fair
Just
to me.
like send them to some island. Let's call the island like Rothschild Island is one. We could say to him, look, you can have your own island. You could be king of that island. Okay, it's a bit far away from the rest of us, but we'll give you benefits.
Yeah, sure. Let's send them to Haiti. Oh wait, did I say that out loud? Sorry.
I got a better idea. We'll put them
Guantanamo.
on a reality show on an island and have cameras, and we can watch them try to survive.
Great idea.
Guantanamo, Cuba.
Yes, the trouble is what they've done to mankind is, well, apart from turning some of them into women, right? And I said it. Yes, I said it. Right. You got people that don't even know what they are. I heard somewhere they're saying let's let the child get to 4 years old and let him decide what he wants to be.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that. But
regardless if he's got a penis or a lady part.
I'm going to look at bismuth tablets. Let's see.
Dave Knight says they
Sorry,
will
Shadow,
keep you from getting dysentery.
If there's any police, come to my house.
Yeah, don't invite them, dude. They'll accept.
You know what? I doubt it very much. They've had enough of getting embarrassed by me, and this is what these people at the top need. They need to be brought down a peg or two because everybody's so fearful, and this is cop out. All of a sudden, everyone's doing business deals. No more war, peace. But what about the millions of people that just died in Ukraine and Russians, Ukrainians, other people that just died? Who's accountable for that?
Okay, bringing back up what you just said about sending them to an island. You send 100 politicians to an island, they'd probably all get together, create two parties, and then have committees and decide who they're going to tax.
I think the one way to keep politicians happy is have closed circuit TV so no one can see it other than themselves. And so they can stand up there at podiums and make speeches and that'll keep them happy for
some
days
nice
and
speakers
weeks.
So they can hear their own voices.
Bingo. Yeah.
Bam. Yeah, that's an awesome idea. So maybe we should make a little something for them and send it to them.
Yeah.
All this living in fear. No more. I grew up as a child living in fear, and the system, shame on the system for, arresting some minor people, like Peavy said earlier. This guy, Funky Prepper. If you see him, he's not even a threat. I don't know. He's not even a threat to a flipping small dog.
Yeah.
Wait. Step back, just take it back just for a second as well there. What happened with Funky?
He got arrested because he said, I think
Don't
said that,
don't repeat what he said. Don't whatever
No,
he said,
I won't. Don't worry. Don't. Come on.
Yeah.
He posted a meme.
He posted something a year before, and he got arrested for it on the social media, but basically barred from. Well, they went through all his stuff. They went, even the stuff that you've deleted, they can actually roll it back and see things that you've deleted. Well, I think it's about time we went through the tell them straight season. In America, it's on, guys. In America, tell them straight season. That's what we need to do. Tell them straight. We're not scared of you. We're not going to be living in fear. They're using all these people to come and invade our countries to make us even more scared. Why should we be scared all the time? To make us even more scared. Why should we be scared?
I'm gonna go back to stacking my firewood while you guys chat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Terrible, you know. They've got everybody cowering. Like it reminds me of the moment when the Goliath giant was saying, "Come on, where are you, Israelites? Not one of you. Come on, where are you? I'll tell you what I'll do. Since you're such cowards, and one of you come and fight me. Just one of you, come and fight me. So you're telling me in the whole planet we haven't got one? We haven't got one person who's willing to stand up to these giants? I mean, is Trump the savior?
No.
You know, is Elon Musk the savior? I mean, these trucks, have you seen the state of his trucks? They won't even come out of rivers. They're rubbish. They won't go up, you know. Anyway, I just gets me angry when I start thinking about these politicians, these blokes in suits, getting us all to the point where we're thinking, how do we bugging out? You know, how are we going to get food? How are we going to live? How are we going to survive? It's disgusting. It's horrible.
Well, what drives me is 2020 when the radicals went crazy here in the Pacific Northwest. And I realized that we're not immune from insanity.
Hey, Louis.
You say that again.
Yeah, but you also got to bring it back home and realize that, because I've said this I've had conversations with people, especially from Australia, you know, oh, you Americans, blah, 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 your politics, blah, blah, blah. It's like, there's nothing I can really control outside of my house, but I can control my actions, my thoughts, and what goes on inside of my house. And that's all I can control. So I had to remind several Australians that I have nothing to do with all of that. I can't change it. So all I can do is what happens on my piece of property and in my mind, and in that's it. That's one thing I had to step back from the politics and realize that that's all we've really got is control our own actions.
And that's what they do to people as well. They you know, everybody blames America, everybody blames the British, everybody's the Americans, and it's not. It's you know, we don't make the policies. The people don't make the policies.
No. Yeah, that's something that I found peace, because I have to try to find peace in all of this.
Star, good to see you.
You know, that's the most I can do is find different ways of being able to cook and keep food for my family and protect my family. That's really all I can control. And keep food and vote. I do vote. Believe me, I do. Yeah.
Well, that is your right to do so.
Correct. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I put on a uniform 30 years ago and served, was to be able to maintain that right to vote and freedom of speech. Yeah. But other than that, I do things to be able to protect myself, you know, take care of my wife and children. Yeah. I do things to be able to protect myself, take care of my wife and children. No, but here's another thing that I reuse. So stay on topic right here. Here's another thing that coffee grounds. I get them at my coffee shop. I reuse the hell out of these things. Coffee grounds. I put them in a rock tumbler, tumble them with shredded paper, and when I get a whole bucket full, I take it out and throw it in the grass, fertilize everything.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, coffee grinds is known to be a good fertilizer.
Yes, it is, and it's all for free, Shadow. I mean, the coffee shop puts big bags right next to the door. Grab a bag on your way out, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have any use for it anymore.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to minimize what you're saying, dear, but I've been through that part of my life already, where, you know, you get angry and you get frustrated, and it's like, man, you got to bring it down to the lower level. It's like, all I can do is control what happens inside of my house and in my mind and in my actions. That's all you can do. You know?
Yeah, but a little boy David came along and said, "No, I'm not having this." Little boy David said, "I'm going to come and fight Goliath." Where is he? Where's Goliath? Where are they? I'll meet him anytime, any place, anywhere. Yeah. I wonder
Hmm.
what we need on this planet is real men. Sadly, men today are cowards. I'm going to say it. I just said it. Today are cowards. I'm going to say it. Just said it. They're scared. Oh, they're going to kill me. Oh, they're going to put me in prison. Scared. Oh, they're going to kill me.
There's an echo going on somewhere.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yes,
I
it's
heard,
gone.
can hear that too.
Someone's got their TV on.
I think it was Chef. He just muted his mic.
Might have been me. I got my phone playing next to it here, and here it's right next to it.
Oh, okay.
All right. Shoot me now. Sorry.
Yeah.
When I get any sort of prep item, if there's anything that I need, then for a sole objective, fine, I go and get it. But I always try and look for things to cut down on bulk and volume where I'm storing things. And so one of the ways of doing that is to get a multi-use, multi-role item. And you got to weigh up the odds, really, because a specific item for a specific use is dedicated for the job, and it will be probably the best for that job. And the more you're going down the multi-use item product, it sort of tends to. It's not as good for any sort of single job. It's okay, it does the job, but it's not as good as the other dedicated item. If people get what I mean. Anyway, what I'm getting at is one thing I've found, which people keep cropping up every now and then, is diatomaceous earth, which is a multi-use item.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, example what I've just said is you can use it for flea and pest control on animals and humans, I suppose.
Does it work on politicians?
Yeah.
Sorry.
And but it's not as good as the dedicated spot on type stuff that you use on dogs and cats. But it'll take a bit longer to do, but it will still do the job. And there's quite a few people still out there not really aware of what diatomaceous earth is, and it's such a good multi-role item that everyone should sort of consider getting it.
I have some.
Yeah, I heard about that a couple of years ago. Diatomaceous earth.
Yeah, we mentioned it before. You
can use it for even for delousing yourself.
Yeah,
and your pets.
Internal parasites as well.
Mm-hmm.
You can deworm yourself using it. Clear
really?
The only stipulation
but that must be the food. That there are two versions of it. One food grade and one that is not food grade.
Yeah, the only stipulation is it's got to be food grade. The other thing is it's you do not want to breathe it in. It will reside in your lungs.
It's carcinogenic. Yeah, isn't it volcanic dust or something?
That's seashells.
No, it's diatoms, which are little sea creatures that died out millions of years ago. And anyway, when you eat it internally, you take medical disclaimer. I'm not a doctor or anything like that, etc. But when you take it internally, you start off in low doses because you obviously don't know how it's going to affect person to person. But generally, what I did was I took a tablespoon per day with water in a glass of water, swill it up. You got to keep swilling it up because it doesn't dissolve. One a day, and the little diatoms, the little shells, really sharp, crusted shells or whatever they are, they grind and slice up any sort of internal parasites that you've got, and they'll just pass through you. If you take too much, you're taking too much because it will go through you like a dose of salts. So that's one use. External uses like pest, flea control, ticks. Well, I wouldn't say ticks, actually. It gets rid of those because it dries the parasite out and it ends up killing it. You can use it on chickens, cats, dogs. So in times of, austere times when there's no access to vets or anything like that, or any sort of harsher chemical products, you can use them to deflea animals and so on. It might take a bit longer than what we used to because Yeah, Dave and I've got rid of fleas on the cats with DE. Yeah, it might take a bit longer than normal because we're used to the quick response of a harsher chemical that you put on the back of the necks and stuff like that. But it does work. Yeah, similar to bentonite clay in some respects. It does chelate chemicals and toxins from the body to a certain extent. So I'm not sure what the efficacy is, but it does do that to a certain extent.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You can also put it into, if you're storing buckets of rice or anything like that, or grain, because it's non-toxic, you can sprinkle it in amongst the grain of rice buckets and stuff like this to deter any pests that encroach into them as well.
It's also great for getting rid of the pests out of the garden.
That's right, Gil.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I use it for. I have a bag sitting right over there, ready and waiting for springtime.
Yeah.
I
was waiting for Howie to pop in and say, "In the garden, in the garden."
In the garden. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I swear I heard people talking about they put some in the sand boxes or whatever in their chicken coop because chickens like to take a dust bath.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's good all round, all purpose stuff. That's the sort of thing I look for.
Yeah, the stuff you're saying that goes on the dogs, PV, as well. A lot of people don't know it's insecticide.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's so harsh, that chemical, and that's why it works so quick. It's really nasty stuff.
It absorbs into the dog's skin and does other things probably.
Yeah. Another old multi-use item that I like to look at, which is a good resource, is Dr. Bonner's soap. It's a soap liquid, and you can use it it comes in liquid form. You can get solid soap version, but I prefer the liquid version. You can get it 500 ml, 1 liter, that sort of thing, half pint bottles, and you can use it for shaving foam, shampoo, soap. You can clean your teeth with it because it's non-toxic, and it just cuts down on the amount of products you got to buy. And it's a multi-use item. You can wash with it as well, wash clothes with it and stuff like that. It comes in various sort of flavors and scents, if you like, from mint to rose. Dr. Bonner's soap.
That's right there. This is shredded paper. This is shredded paper from junk mail, and I mix it with coffee grounds, and then this is a rock tumbler that I got off of Amazon. Tumble it for a while, and there's fertilizer right there, and I throw that right out in my grass. Yeah. It's perfect. Yeah. Food for the worms and food for the plants. Never run out of junk mail here. Our mailboxes are full of that crap.
Yeah. I can imagine. I can imagine how much you get every week.
Oh God, such a waste of time. But there you go. That's a reuse right there. Yeah, I'll get a bucket full of this stuff, and I go out in my grass and start just throwing it around. The worms eat it up, and the plants eat it up.
Yeah, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
The junk mail comes to use.
Something to go along with the diatomaceous earth in the garden is also biochar. And so if you're cutting down any branches or something, make biochar, put it out in the garden, because it does several things. Well, it holds moisture in for the plants and stuff, so you don't have to water as much. And when it's sprinkled on top, certain insects like the sow bugs, roly-polies, whatever you want to call those ones that roll up into a little ball, when they crawl across it, it tears up the undersides, and they don't like it. Snails don't like it, but the garden loves it.
So what's it? Biochar, you say?
Biochar.
How do you make that? What's it come from?
Oh, basically, all right. So you take some wood, and an easy way of doing it, you get like a number 10 can or a pink all metal pink can that you can seal up, and you get a fire going in there, and then you seal it up, and you just have a couple small holes on the bottom, so it still gets a little bit of oxygen, not enough to really burn, and it just turns to a nature's charcoal, not the stuff you buy in the store. Yeah. And it's really good. Tomato Prepared has done a video on how to make biochar, and I did something on Camp Patton Family Compound when I took down a whole bunch of tree branches out here. I just built a big old fire, and when it was getting down to all I could see was coals, I took the tractor and just back dragged it and put the fire out, and it just let it sit there and smolder until it all went out.
Right, yeah. So as CR says, like char cloth, yeah. Same process.
Yeah. Similar. You make it the same way. You get a fire going. You limit the oxygen. Now I saw someone else do one where they took a can, sealed the little sticks and stuff in there, and tossed it in the campfire, and just the heat caused it to convert to. But you got to have a hole, at least one hole in it, so it can vent gases, because it's going to produce gases and stuff. You don't want that can blowing apart. Any
particular wood that works better than other woods?
All woods work.
Or
Howie's in here. Howie will say what woods work the best. But I know that oak comes off pretty nice.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, in UK have a lot of oaks.
Yeah, that's what I do. We grill our meat, our pork bellies and steaks on natural wood. And when it's all done, I take it all, gather it up, and there's a spruce tree in the backyard, and I throw it on top of the roots of the spruce tree. Man, that stuff absorbs right into the ground very quickly. Happy tree,
You can make biochar out of eggs. You can make biochar out of eggshells. It's great. Throw it in a metal can, seal it up except for a little tiny hole on top. Throw it in your fire. Let it just cook until no more smoke's coming out. Fire goes out. Open a can up, and you got biochar eggshells, and they just crumble up to nothing. You can sprinkle that in your dirt. It's got different, with more calcium in that in there than other things. Sorry if I sound out of breath. I got like 2 more loads to do, and I'm dying here.
No problem.
Someone mentioned there cloves. Cloves, Shannon's KGB Bible readings and study. I use cloves to get rid of parasites. Cloves, I like collecting and having a little collection of essential oils because they're good little items to use for various things. Like tea tree oil for insect repellent and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah,
I always have one of my ones I always look at and replenish and make sure I've got it in first aid kit. It's clove oil.
Yeah,
specifically for toothache. I just can't imagine having nothing worse getting toothache at the best of times, let alone when there's absolutely no prospect of going to any dentist or anything like that.
Yeah,
painted. All it takes is potentially you get into some altercation, someone punches you, they kill a tooth, knock a tooth out, break a tooth, and then you're thinking, right, there's no dentist knocking around, so what are you going to do now? So it works brilliantly.
There's some stuff called Oragel. If you haven't got the clove oil, it's Oragel.
That's the Oragel is based on clove oil, I think, as well.
Yes, it is.
Every time I go to the dentist, I always quiz the dentist. I say to him, I'm leaving the country for a couple of weeks. We're going somewhere with no dentist. What would you advise? There you go. And I always quiz him as to alternative methods to pain and all this sort of stuff.
I'm lucky.
One thing I learned a long time ago when I was probably 13 with my church, guy had a sore throat, and he just opens up the yellow bottle of aspirin. I won't say the specific name, but y'all know. Well, most of you know what I'm talking about. We're supposed to take it for heart conditions and that. And he just took one, put it in his mouth, let it dissolve, tastes like crap, and his sore throat was gone. I tried it. I was like, holy crap, it works. You just let it turn to, mix with your saliva in your mouth and just swallow it. Your sore throat is pretty well gone. And it works great for, I used to do it on my kids' teeth when they were teething. If I didn't have some whiskey or something laying around, or Oragel, I would just take a bare aspirin. Oh, I said the word. Crunch it up, mix some warm water with it, turn it to a paste. And I would just put a little dab on my finger and put it on their gum. 10 seconds, they stopped screaming. It was great.
Now, Mark is not giving any medical advice.
No,
This
I'm
is
not
just
giving medical advice. It's over.
here we
It's
go.
over the counter. I'm giving over the counter advice.
you still got to be careful of that.
Yeah.
I'm on Amazon right now, and I just ordered a small bottle of clove oil just right now. It's affordable.
Never heard of it, but I'll look into it now.
Yeah, it
Yeah, I
comes with
mean-
a little eyedropper, so you could, if you
Yeah.
got tooth pain, you know,
If you
tooth
buy
or gum pain. Yeah.
if you buy an emergency dental kit for expeditions and so on, I guarantee it'll have clove oil in it.
Yeah.
It'll have
This
clove
is-
oil in it. It'll have little cylindrical cotton compressed
Mhm.
pads in it as well. So you soak, well, you put a couple of drops of clove oil onto the pad, you bite down on it or put it against the affected part or gum. And it's really effective stuff. It will numb the area. Really, really good.
Yep. Good tip. I just got some of that on order. I'll put it in my walkout
Shady
vest
Hill
or
Homestead,
vest
good to
or
see
the backpack. I think I'm going to replace that vest with a small knapsack for my wife and I. You know,
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
that will be just fine.
a knapsack can fit on my daughter, my son, my wife, myself, but that vest will only fit on me. You know,
Right.
you know
Yeah.
what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good tip. Yeah, thank you. Oh, that's one of the reasons why we share ideas and information, guys, is learn from each other and put it into your kit. You know, good deal.
I mean, I've got multiple dental kits, and they've all of them have got clove oil and cotton pads and emergency dental filling kit in there as well, which is a mix, which is zinc oxide based mixture. You mold it to a certain shape, press it into the filling, and then it basically for fillings.
Bite down on a garlic for tooth pain. Never done that before, so I can't
haven't either.
tell. But it might probably work.
Well, I was watching a guy in Vietnam. He's a gardener, a Vietnamese gardener. And he was using. He split open a clove of garlic, and he would mix some of it with water. Sometimes he would just use a little slice of it, and he'd rub it on his house plants and his other outdoor plants. I mentioned that to my wife. I go, "This guy's brilliant because it kills all the insects." And she goes, it's also a natural antiseptic when you eat it or rub it on a wound. I'm not a doctor, but the wife's pretty close to that. You know, she says, yeah, it works. It can sanitize a wound. I was like, wow, brilliant.
Yep.
Garlic is very good as well in the winter time. If you've got cold or flu, you can get a clove of garlic and just cut it in half, and then you rub it under your feet just before you go to bed. Rub it under your feet, put your socks on, go to bed, and what it does is the feet absorb the garlic, and it chases out the flu. By the morning, hopefully you'll be feeling better.
An antiseptic.
Yeah, it's an
Brilliant.
old remedy.
Oh,
The solution to pollution is dilution.
And maybe we should send a load of garlic to the elites. Maybe the garlic might sort them out. If everybody just started taking garlic to the castles, okay, everybody out there, take your garlic to the castles and put it outside, and maybe they might be gone in the morning.
No, I think holy water would work better.
Holy water
Probably.
and garlic.
That's more suitable for politicians than holy water. Yeah.
Maybe we need
I
to
agree.
get a special suitcase. Maybe we'd have to put a special suitcase together, like with all our vampire killing stuff in it. Have you got a stake in your bug out bag, guys?
Yeah, it's made of silver.
Oh yeah, just for those dogmen, for the dogmen in Dulce Bay.
It's dual usage. So if the vampires are all gone, I have silver to trade.
So, Second SARS put up a good comment there. An abscessed tooth will poison your blood and turn your gums black rot away none of these natural remedies, right? So it's got the potential to do that. Any sort of when there's no help, there's no medical aid or facilities that you can go to. Literally,
I've only heard that if you have an abscess tooth and no help, your best bet is to remove what's causing the abscess and let it drain to the outside. It might taste like crap, and then whatever. That's what I've heard. I don't know if it's true. I've never done it, and I am never going to pull one of my own. Well, I did when I was little because it was loose and it was a baby tooth. But
that's the danger you see of.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Have to pull your own tooth. Oh God!
Oh no!
That
would be horrible.
You got to find a good barber.
Which is the reason why you want to recruit a dentist into your group.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, find a good barber from the 1800s from the Old West. They were dentists also. Give you a shot of whiskey,
they were.
Punch in the jaw and knock you out, and then pull your tooth.
Here in Sweden, were pulled teeth from people too.
Yeah, it's any sort of open wound is going to cause problems if it's not treated in the right way. Obviously, when it comes to abscesses and things like that, it really very precarious. If you haven't got any antibiotics or the right antibiotic, then it becomes more of a problem. You got to identify the problem to start with. It's just a nightmare. And like second start there, says there, like, turn really bad and
Tammy.
Kill someone really.
Rebel Canners just put in the side chat. Pulling teeth, a good friend.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you the truth, Tammy might be my good friend until someone pulls my tooth and I hate your guts for the rest of your life.
Or at least until the pain stops.
Yeah.
When it comes to teeth, it's so precarious because
hey Tammy, good to see you.
You've heard stories of people pulling teeth with pairs of pliers, Leathermans, and all sorts of stuff like that. And I wouldn't suggest that it's that easy because you try pulling a tooth. I mean, it's a misnomer straight away pulling the tooth because you don't actually pull a tooth out. You push it in first and destabilize it from the base and the roots.
Yeah.
So trying to do that with any sort of tool that's not sanitized properly, sterilized properly, you're potentially going to introduce infection into the socket that you just created by pulling it out anyway.
Yeah.
So, have something on hands beforehand to enable you to sterilize your tools.
That's where the moonshine comes in.
Yeah, moonshine, rubbing alcohol. You might want to get, people out there might have an ozone generator, which is supposed to do a good job of that sort of thing, or a UV sort of sterilization tool. Something to think about. Yeah, not a good thing. And like I said, it can be quite common, especially if people get into altercations more frequently and they're starting, what it takes is a knock in the face. Someone's punched you or something like that over a can of beans in the store or whatever.
Toilet paper.
Toilet paper.
Yeah.
Hand sanitizer.
Yeah. What I used to have in my bug out bag, I used to have what are those teeth protectors for boxers?
Gum shield.
I used to have I mean, I'm gonna have to buy a new one because my old one's got a bit old. But carrying some of them about in case you do get into altercations.
Yeah. This is something I've got handy right here in the shop. Bacitracin ointment.
What is it, Bob? What is it?
Bacitracin. It's it's for like when I get a cut or a burn in the shop here. Yeah. I immediately put this Bacitracin on it. It's an antiseptic ointment, and I learned this from experience because I was out hunting with my sons and I got a small thorn in the palm of my hand. Yeah. About 3 a.m. that next night, I was squealing like a baby because if I had some of this, it would have been able to avoid that. But a thorn will give you tetanus or whatever it is. 3 a.m. I was in the ER going, help.
Yeah.
Yeah. They asked, what was it? I said it was a thorn. Then I took my knife out and popped it out. I didn't think anything of it. Man, that will put you down fast.
Yeah. One thing I don't really see of in a lot of people's first aid kits that they show is irrigation syringes to properly flush out and irrigate any sort of wounds. And it can be quite simple as, if someone's fallen off a bike wearing shorts, or someone's scraped their foot whilst they're wearing flip-flops or something like that, and you get a bit of gravel rash in there. And if you don't get all the broken parts out, some people think, oh yeah, it's a deep laceration, I'll just stitch it up. But you're stitching it up and making the perfect sort of environment for bacterial infection to build up. And yeah, like I say, not a lot of people show actually, or have, I suppose, the proper irrigation syringes that you squeeze, and it comes out at such a measured force that it cleans irrigates the wound properly. What I do, as well as I've got one of those in my main first aid kit, but what I also have is the little they're like 10 mil or 20 mil tubes. They come in boxes of 25. They're for irrigating eyes. If you get anything in your eyes, eye wash tubes that contain saline water, and they can be used and doubled up as an irrigation tube if you squeeze it out. Cuts and scrapes, developing something more worse. Definitely.
Yeah, I remember when I got a splinter in my hand. My uncle, he took his knife and cut on the side of the splinter and pulled it out.
Right. I mean, there's a guy. There was a Royal Marines commando who died.
You're very welcome, Texas Reader. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
What's that, Bob?
That's 1 gallon. You guys saw on my channel, I got a water distillery.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Got it working. This is 1 gallon of distilled water for just that. Eyes, a wound, anything. You can cook with it if you want to, whatever. But distilled water is sanitized, and you can pour it on open wound, and anything you want, And they say that distilled water, you can store that stuff indefinitely. But I got 1 full gallon right here.
Good.
Just for emergency uses, just for that. Yep.
That won't freeze either.
No.
Pure water won't freeze unless it's got some sort of dust or something introduced into it.
That's something I think a lot of folks should look into, getting into your kit, is a way to distill water. The one I've got cost about $100, but I've used it so many times, man. Example, I got a whole gallon sitting right there just for an emergency, Yeah.
You can make DIY water distillers, but those take basically forever before you get the amount you need.
Yeah, better just to buy one that's ready made, and just buy it, set it up, and you're good to go. That's what I do. I use it for my coffee. A couple of days a week, I use distilled water for my coffee. Because I have a tendency to throw kidney stones. So I eat pickles, that vinegar that helps to soften the kidney stones, and distilled water helps to dissolve it. So a couple of days a week, I'll be out here messing around. I got to wait till the family's out of the house, so I got access to the stove, and just go ahead and turn it on. And it cooks. It's all autonomous. Next thing you know, I've got enough for a coffee pot.
Yeah.
I'm not a doctor, but from what I've learned, distilled water and vinegar can help to dissolve kidney stones. And I wound up in the ER one time with a kidney stone, and I want to do anything I can do to avoid that from happening again.
That happened to me.
It sucks.
I had to literally crawl.
Yes.
To the entrance of the emergency room.
Yeah, I made my wife miss a day of work because she was in the shower, and I just walked in the bathroom, and I said, "Hospital now."
What did you get for an answer from your wife then.
Oh, yeah, okay, hon. Yeah, she, because I know I pointed, hospital now, and she goes, all right, and she got out of the shower and took me right to the ER, and I'm pissing blood, and yeah, and let me tell you, that Dilaudid injections is like heaven.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
I got given a suppository to shove up my backside, and that was it.
Oh, you did? Oh God!
Yeah.
Insult to injury, my friend. Oh my God!
It was that and 2 paracetamols. That was the ER room treatment.
Oh boy, I had a good-looking young RN, nice little figure, and she puts a needle in me and go, "Okay, let me know how this is working." And I went, "Oh, I'd like you."
Okay.
Well, I had,
Okay, that works definitely.
Nurse came in. She goes, "You want me to do it, or shall I leave it to you?" I said, "I'll do it."
I just want to read. Can I just read something that's in the chat there? Second Star Survival is put up there. I'm sorry, but females have it worse. In the end times, they have too many openings and no true way to clean themselves. Females will die more from health problems than men just because of their bodies. I just wanted to say, Second Star, you know, that you can in your preps, you can buy soap, you can buy stuff that will keep you clean if you're worried. And she's also put down here that Harvard, further down in the chat, Harvard said it, in a true survival situation, only people in their peak performance will survive, and only for 6 years.
Yeah, I don't know. I might tend to disagree with that, actually.
I will not make an opinion about that one because I have no information about that.
Of people over 50 will die because our body can't handle strange and sickness.
I'm at your channel right now, Second Star. I'll see if I can connect with you here. I was subscribed to you before. Now I'm not subscribed. What the heck?
You know,
that's the platform unsubscribing people.
Herbs and spices are good to collect in your preps. Herbs and spices. Garlic is quite easy to grow, and you know, there's nothing wrong with going out every morning and doing a few press ups just to keep yourself a little bit fitter. Then, you know, and try to be. Preps last for only so long. Second Star Survival said, "Yeah,
well, yeah, he's right. This is the whole idea of it. You see, most people haven't got the financial means or the storage capability to store, you know, a vast amount of preps which will last for years, and you can't physically. I mean, even if you were to store quite a robust form of prep, you know, a canned food, for instance, 3 years, then what? You know, it starts to deteriorate quite drastically. I mean, there are cans that will last a bit longer. You know, you could quote things like Scott of the Antarctic stores that they found years and years later. But you know, the whole idea of it is to build up a supply of food and water to take pressure off the system, the supply chain, if it exists.
Yeah.
Keep yourself going for an amount of time whilst you fall back on your more sustainable regime. You know, and people should already be thinking about that sort of next step, so to speak, the sustainable part of it, of growing things and keeping yourself thereafter.
There's also food buckets. There are some food buckets out there that can last up to 25 years.
Yeah, I mean, you get all this freeze-dried food. I mean, but it's okay. But I would not like to live on that stuff.
No,
I don't think
it's disgusting. Yeah, it's horrible.
You know, it
depends on the stuff. Mark does a ton of freeze drying. I mean, he has buckets and buckets of stuff he's done over the years, and he does good food and tasty stuff. But the thing is, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. A true prepper should be planning on growing a garden if they can't grow one right now. If they have room on their property to grow one, start getting practice, because it's not going to be as easy. I can just throw seeds in the ground, I'm going to have food. No, as crops fail, pests come in. You need to learn by experience and start now if you can. Even Kaylin Strain in her apartment has a little garden out on her balcony. And she's learning.
I heard you talking about me. I'm like, wait, did he just say my name as I'm putting the last screw in my
yeah, we're talking about you and the freeze dried food you have.
The tasty freeze fried freeze.
Yeah, I think there's a big difference between doing it yourself and buying off the shelf stuff like
off the shelf
Mountain
stuff.
House.
I've eaten some of that stuff. It's like, okay, it'll get you through, but the sodium content and
disgusting.
I make my own recipe the way I like it. I just try to minimize the fat down below 7%, and that helps. And then I make like chicken cordon bleu casserole. I got that recipe idea, just the idea, not his recipe, off another channel. I'm like, oh hell, I never thought of that. So I do that. Cheese, ham, everything's in there. Freeze dry it in my portion size. Weigh it before I start, so I know it weighed 6 ounces, right. And when it's done, it only weighs an ounce. So I have to put 5 ounces of water back in there. Boom, there's my chicken cordon bleu, and I even put freeze dried breadcrumbs. Not that you really need to, but I did just to get all the moisture out of it. Put them in a little baggie. Put them in with the rest of the food. So after I rehydrate my chicken cordon bleu casserole and pour it in a plate, I can sprinkle the breadcrumbs on there. There we go. Yeah, I have all kinds of fun ideas. I just haven't done that on a video yet.
You don't have to have freeze dried food. There are some containers like food grade containers and Mylar bags, and you can put normal stuff in it like rice, pasta, some tin stuff, some spices. You put it in the Mylar bag and you get all the air out. You chuck in an oxygen absorb bag in there, one of those little sachets in there. You get all the air out of the bag, seal the Mylar bag, put it in the food grade bucket, and that can give you extra years on that food.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You're not going to get it forever because there is moisture, humidity in. I don't care how dry your beans are. There is humidity in there. I know because I've thrown in regular Carolina rice into my freeze dryer just to see what happens. I put it in there and I got some ice buildup inside the drum. I'm like, okay, there was moisture in there. I just put them in a regular seal bag, not a zipper bag, but a seal meal type bag. Put them in there with an O2 absorber and sucked it flat. I don't need a Mylar bag for that. It's going in a tub, but that'll gain me probably an extra 8-10 years out of it if I need it, which I hope I never do. I'd prefer to start going through this food and just starting to eat the stuff because it's really good and I kind of miss it.
Now I'm going to break everybody's bubble here. Google what Mylar is made of. The silver on Mylar is aluminum powder injected onto the polyester stretch fabric that makes up the bag.
It's all we got to last longer. So you know what? There's nothing. I can't vacuum seal it in glass with a glass lid in a glass jar with all glass. It's just not there.
Yeah.
It doesn't surprise me that everything has been coated with something. You know, you're hearing about all these foods out there that got pieces of metal in them. They don't make bread with yeast anymore. They put amino acid, some weird stuff in there to make it rise. Everything's been tampered with. I mean, we're not getting elite type food sent to us, or we're not getting elite type foods in the market. So along with rubbish food, rubbish in the water, rubbish in the air. I mean, it almost makes me think that there's a conspiracy going on.
Almost.
People have got to read every label they buy before they eat it. Literally. I mean, going back to baseline measures, I mean, going down the organic route, there's about 12 different types of organic certification in Britain, for instance. And the best one I've found is UK Soil Association. That is, to me, that's normal food. That's how food should have been decades ago, back in the 40s and 50s, before all this stuff was put in the fields and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And, and you got to read labels and pay a bit more just to get that baseline normality.
And also you don't have to go to supermarkets. There are like farm shops
Oh yeah.
You can go if you can find a small bakery. They're not making such a big batch of bread, and they tend to use better ingredients. The bigger the company making the bread, the more stuff they'll put in it.
Yeah, I tend not to eat bread that much. I make my own every now and then, but
that's a good idea. Yeah, and also coming back to the soap that Second Star was talking about. Remember those nuts you were telling me about, PV? And you make your own soap.
yeah. So Indian soap nuts. Indian soap nuts
Second
are
Star Survival. If you could, PV will tell you about these nuts now. Sorry, PV.
Right, yeah. So Indian soap nuts are a good sort of prep to have. I mean, it's a toss-up because a bag of Indian soap nuts versus a tub full of washing powder, for instance. But Indian soap nuts have got the more of a multi-use angle to them. You can use them for shaving foam, soap, wash your hair, clean your body with it. You can also wash clothes with it.
Good to see you, brother.
And so on. And it's an organic product, so it's not containing harsh chemicals, for instance. But it's the classic old case of some sort of alternate remedy versus a dedicated remedy. It's not as potent, so you've got to put it on a higher temperature wash and all this sort of stuff. Indian soap nuts, and they can be. The good thing about them is they can be used multiple times. So you can use, say, 4 or 5 soap nuts. Put them in a little string bag. Put them in with the washing. You can use them about 4 or 5 times over and over. It's an alternative. I mean, there's many other plants out there which have the ability to soap up and have the clean ability as well. Yeah, so.
Also, salt. I mean, what can salt? Does anybody know? How the benefits of salt when it comes to cleaning and.
Oh well, I mean, salt used to be the key prize so much that the Romans used to get paid in salt.
Yeah, he was worth his salt. He was worth
exactly.
His
That's where the
salt.
saying comes from. You're worth your weight in salt. And I mean, even today, if you go to the dentist and you've just had a tooth out or anything like this, or you've got a mouth ulcer or anything,
rinse with salt water.
So keep rinsing with salt water. Yeah, definitely.
Second Star Survival says, I know about Indian soap nuts and horseweed, but it doesn't wash everything 100% and can't handle urinary tract infections or worse.
Right, I agree with the fact that it's not as good as domestic washing powder. Yeah, but I'm not sure how it would treat a UTI. I'm not sure about that because that's an internal thing.
Okay, soap nuts can't grow in Texas.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Basically, you can't grow it. I think it's grown in
family. Good to see you.
I think it's grown in places like India and stuff. Hence the name. Yeah. I mean, when it comes to detergents and stuff like that, they're very useful. I mean, it's a good product to have if you're of a green-natured mind, but whilst the products are available, I would tend to go towards the dedicated products like biological washing powder, biological tablets, for instance, which can also be used in chemical toilets instead of putting the formaldehyde blue toilet liquid in. You don't use that. Put one biological washing tablet in there that will break it down into a more bio form than just chucking formaldehyde based blue liquid in there, which is just what can you do after what can you do with it after that? You can't do anything with it. It just becomes a toxic mess.
Lemon is also good. You can grow lemons. Lemons are very good for cleaning. A lot of people, if you want lemons. To do what's it called, cologne, like when you want to flush it out, you can do it yourself. If you drink like
colonic irrigation,
yeah. you can. Well, I mean, if you have lemon water at the end of the evening before you go to bed, and in the morning, it does flush out the cologne.
Yeah,
I'm just thinking.
colon. Colon,
Hold
you
on,
mean?
sorry. Yeah, so where she says, but I know about Indian soap nuts and horseweed, but it doesn't wash everything 100%. Can't handle
Right.
urinary tract infections or worse. I was thinking,
Yeah.
can lemon help, perhaps?
I mean, I have a couple of squirts of lemon every morning in water. One of the first things I do when I get up in the morning, I have about a pint of water. I put some lemon juice in there, and that ensures me, I'm immediately hydrated for the day, and all I have to do for the rest of the day, unless I'm doing something arduous, is just a top up, really, instead of playing catch up and trying to hydrate myself thereafter. But when I going back to that kidney stone, when I had the kidney stone, a lot of people were saying, have a high concentration of lemon juice in drinks, and could dissolve the stone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
vinegar.
I don't know about that.
Vinegar works well for urinary stuff. That's why I get a great big jar of dill pickles at the supermarket, and walk by once in a while, grab one out, munch it down, put some vinegar into your system.
Right.
That's home remedy
acidic
stuff. I don't know exactly, but
yeah.
And the distilled water, I do that regularly.
Yeah. Cranberries,
But,
that's another good one for UTIs.
Yeah.
Salt. When I was growing up, when we would get a sore throat, we'd gargle with warm salt water, and my mom would pin a wool sock around our neck to sleep in all night to keep your neck warm.
Right.
Yeah, just a gargle, and it does. A couple of days of salted water, gargle, and works really well.
Dandelion, that's always a good one.
Dandelion and garlic is good for UTI.
Goes back to we're getting onto the area here of knowing the area and what grows in your area. Dandelion definitely is a good one. You can eat all parts of it, and it draws water from various parts of the body. I can't remember the terminology, but yeah, its translation was piss the bed or something like that in French. Yeah.
Do you know we've got a very, very famous street in England, but I can't say it out because it's too rude. Grope Lane. Don't know if you heard of it, PB. Anyway, all right, I won't go there.
I think, I know you mean.
I'll tell you offline. Yeah, it was the most.
Hey, Laurie, good to see you, ma'am.
The rudest street in England. It was called Grope Lane because. Anyway, remember garlic stinks. Do you want to kiss your woman that can't bathe properly and smells like garlic?
Well, if you both have garlic, you can't smell it.
Fun times ahead.
Oh, sorry about the background noise. Didn't realize my mic was on.
A conversation between a wife and a husband during SHTF times. Darling, you're really smelling lovely. You could talk, love. You really stink. Yeah.
One thing that reminded me, I was chainsawing some tree stumps this week, and I come across some real quality fat wood in there.
Lovely.
Yeah. So I kept that to a side. So put some down for some assisting firelighting and stuff. So on a note of that sort of thing, I found a while back that if you get one of the old traditional hand warmers, which use the charcoal type rod, you put it in there, close the case after you've lit it, obviously. You put it in your pocket, and it's supposed to be a pocket warmer or a hand warmer. That charcoal rod is a good method of keeping an ember going all day, and you can keep that ember going for about 8 hours. If you're out and about and you want an immediate ember to assist you with lighting fires, that's a good way of keeping one going.
What's that fungus you can have walking with you?
All right, so you've got your horseshoe fungus.
Fungus, that's the one. That takes a light, and you could actually carry it around with you.
Yeah, you've also got King Alfred cakes.
King Alfred cakes, yeah.
Which are circular fungal type nodules on various trees. You get them predominantly on birch trees, and if you break them off, they accept a spark quite easy, and you can get a good ember going quite easy with those as well. You know, if you whilst you're rambling along in the woods or anything like that, or whatever you're doing, you're always looking around for bits of tinder. But you know what I do if I'm out and about in the woods, I don't go there very often these days. But
hey, Alicia, good to see you, man.
When I'm out and about on the boat and stuff like that, you know, you stop, you have a walk around, see what's in your immediate area.
Mm-hmm.
Have a almost like a dump pouch on your with you, or some sort of bag, and as you walk along, you can pick up bits of tinder that you find, or flakes of tinder off trees and stuff like this, just to help you light the next fire and stuff.
And to add to the tinder thing you just mentioned, PV, is when you're gathering tinder, look up. Don't look down on the ground. Look up in the trees. That's where you're going to find your dry wood and your dry tinder.
Yeah. One thing you can also use to help clean things and sanitize things, I know this because I did this today actually, was I was going through my preps and I found some, well, I didn't find, I know where they were. I was checking the dates of my water purification tablets, and I've got three different types of water purification tablets. One are the smaller ones, so it's 1 tablet per 1 litre of water. The second size up, 1 tablet does 5 litres of water, and the third size up, 1 tablet does 25 litres of water. And the 25 litre tablets were all just out of date. So, you know, I mean, chlorine does lose its potency over time. However, 1 or 2 months isn't that bad because they're all, you know, they're sealed in full wrapped protective coverings. So what you can do with those is you put those in some water, make a solution out of them, and that chlorine solution can then be used to clean surfaces and stuff like this as well.
That's a good idea, yeah.
Potentially, I haven't really checked up on it, but I suppose you could use them to flush out wounds and stuff like that. I don't know. That's something to look into.
And if you guys out there got a Sawyer Mini, they usually come with a syringe that helps you flush your water filter. At a pinch, you could use that as a syringe.
Yeah, for an irrigation syringe,
Right,
you could. You've got to be aware if you're not overpressuring the wound and increasing the wound
I got
doing
some
further damage.
I got smaller
Right.
ones in my first aid kit, just a little syringe, just to wash
I mean,
out the wounds,
soy minis are all right
yeah,
on foot and stuff like that, but in a location where it's more permanent, you would require, you know, a larger volume, quicker system, like a distiller or a Berkey or a Catadine type filter or some sort of
bags. I've got a
bag.
Hey, Mr. Warren RCG, good to see you,
bag.
brother.
Yeah, some sort of bigger volume bag that you can literally leave overnight and let it do its thing passively. And then by the time you wake up in the morning, you've got a larger volume of water than trying to squeeze out a little litre at a time and stuff like that. Like,
It amazes me. Sorry.
CR says there, you know, water is life.
That's right. It amazes me that we're still seeing videos, and they're saying that in Africa they have to drink dirty water. And I'm thinking, well, don't they at least boil it? Don't they at least pass it through some kind of material?
Yeah, I mean, I've been to various parts of the Sahara and Western Africa, and there are places where, you know, there's literally nothing to burn for a start off. So,
wow,
you know, I mean, so boiling water in that sense is it's got a pressure-free resource that you could use for cooking or other things. You've also got the SODIS method where you can use it for put in a clear plastic bottle. If you've got plastic bottles, let the sunlight disinfect the water. I mean, Yeah, I don't know the education of some of these people, but there are methods you can use. You can use something like they call them a gypsy's well, where you dig a little pit next to the water course, and it fills up and gets rid of most larger contaminants.
Hey, oops. Good to see you.
Well, you use things like a multi-stage cloth filtration system, stuff like that, and then use the SODIS method. Yeah, drink. I mean, there's a channel. I was actually watching a channel yesterday called Bold and Bankrupt. Really interesting channel. He travels and does various articles on Eastern Bloc countries and just shows it how it is. And one of his latest videos, he went to Tanzania, and he tagged along with him and this other guy with the Hadza tribe. Said that correctly. Whilst they were hunting, he goes, "Oh, these guys aren't very good at hunting, are they? They've been out 8 hours, they ain't got bugger all yet." They're one of these little tiny birds. Anyway, they went to this watering hole, and all these traditional tribesmen are drinking straight out of this big muddy pool. Ugh. And he said, "Yeah, I don't know if it was true or whatever." He goes, these guys' immune systems and the way they've built up resistance over years can handle this sort of stuff, but there's no way I'm drinking out of that.
No chance. Yeah.
So, yeah,
that's a fact. Yeah.
Hey, Selena, good to see you, ma'am.
Hey, Selena.
Yeah, like when I got dysentery overseas, the Filipinos can drink their tap water without any problem. But I made a pot of coffee, without thinking, and drank that, and I was down for 3 days, man. 3 or 4 days, I was out of it.
Yeah, 3-4 days is not a good in a disaster. No, you don't want to be out for 3-4 days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you need clean water, definitely.
Like I said, I can buy bottled water over there. They have big bottles for delivery and all that. But before we move there permanently, that water distillery, I'm sending that over there in a box so I can make sure I can get clean water. So,
you are most welcome, Laurie.
Yeah.
Sometimes if people think about prevention as well, I mean, we've been talking about remedies, but how does your state of mind as well, what I'm trying to get at is to keep yourself well. If you start worrying, that can make you sick, that can make you get ulcers. So, you hear people saying things like, well, I don't want to move because there's a hospital here, and just in case anything happens, I'm thinking, so worrying is not good for you, and anxiety is not good for you. So, I'm trying to ask, how important is it to have a good state of mind when it comes to health and stuff?
Well, I mean, the more stressed you are, the cortisol levels build up, and it has a longer, the longer it goes on, dire consequences could potentially develop. It's all about frame of mind, really. I mean, we talked about this before, pre-exposure to events, scenes, and actions. If you're more aware of what can happen and how to mitigate it, and the outcome isn't going to be as bad, knowledge dispels fear and all this sort of stuff, then all the better and better. But a lot of people, I mean, it appears that some people are just hardwired into the fact that they panic and worry about the slightest thing, and you got to reel yourself in, really, and rationalize what's happened, what's about to happen, and don't play on the little things, focus on the more important things, really. I mean, we could drive ourselves crazy thinking about, taxes, how the government are going to oppress us, and all this sort of thing. At the end of the day, we can't do anything about it. Get on with your own little circle, your own little, what you, like as Bob said, what you can control. And just get on with it. I mean, I read quite a good book a while back about, can't remember what it was about now. It was about risk, and in one of the chapters, it was talking about control and focus and attention, and it gave various examples of driving and distraction whilst driving and texting and stuff like this. And it basically said, through various research and analysts of psychologists and stuff like this, that it's almost impossible to multitask, and you could almost say it's almost impossible to multi-think. And the more you multi-think, and the more strands of things you've got to try and analyze and sort out, the more you're going to be in a sort of a chaotic mindset. So keep it simplistic and focus on one thing at a time, prioritize things. That's sort of the mindset I do, really. And if it gets that complex where there's a lot going on, then you can always resort back to writing it down, a to-do list or whatever. Or when it comes to stresses and worrying about certain situations or disasters, you could put your priorities down. Priority number 1, water. Priority number 2, who's going to cook, etc., etc., etc. Focus on those, and it keeps you from wandering.
Sanity. Yep, you've got to keep your sanity. Number 1.
One of the things we used to get taught in the army was if anyone had any sort of traumatic experience or any incident which was hence sending them sort of haywire or whatever, is to take them out of the situation, give them a menial job to do, keep them involved with others, and let them be amongst friends to settle down their own and decompress that way.
That's a good idea, because a lot of people are going to crack up, and we're going to get people that are going to be really freaking out, and that's actually a good little idea, BB, because
some certain things you can't unsee, and you can get pushed over the limit.
Yeah.
And in that sort of a scenario, you need a bit more expertise and intervention through someone who really knows what they're talking about.
It's good to see you again, ma'am.
But everyone's got their stress level threshold. Everyone's got their breaking point. You've just got to manage
in the army,
it.
did they call the priest over then, PV, in situations like where?
Oh yeah.
So you got the padre.
Yeah. Just about every deployment we went on, big operation, the padre always deployed with us.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
No gun. Did he carry a gun?
No.
One thing that helps me with, say, if I have anxiety about a situation or a project or something that I face my fears, right?
Amen.
And then I'll take that problem and break it down into small parts.
Yeah.
I'll take the problem, whatever it is, break it into small segments and solve the segments until the problem is solved. And that helps you with your own self-confidence and your own mental health, because I was afraid of this, but now I've defeated it, and now let's move on to the next one. That's how I handle things. Break it down,
I used to
and move on.
I used to do I used to be a project manager in various elements of the army, and that's a sort of mindset I adopt to a certain extent. You break it down and sequentialize the problem. You almost make a Gantt chart in your head as to how to get from where you are to where you want to be. And
hey, Alicia.
Yeah, people have got their different coping mechanisms, their different methods and stuff like that.
Yeah.
From the very outset of the initial happening, it could be a case of breathe.
Yeah.
Number 1, breathe. Assess what's happening and work on it from there. Back to the just like you can almost like you could do an OODA loop in your head if you like, as to adopt that to every situation. But I'm not really into that mindset. I will work differently internally, but
that breathing worked for me many times in the last house we lived in when the junkies were trying again and again to get into my house, and I'd have to stand there face to face with them.
Yeah.
I have to stand my ground. I didn't converse with them, but I made a presence, an unmoving presence, and keep breathing. Don't tense up. Don't hold your breath. Keep breathing. This guy who's on meth, who's trying to get into my house, his head is spinning in circles, and I'm focusing. That'll get you through a lot of problems. Keep breathing. Yeah, glad you brought that up, PV. That's a very simple thing, but a lot of people aren't aware of that.
Yeah,
it's easy to hold your breath in a situation like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's if you see something that you're not used to seeing, the classic one is there's various books about this as well, about why people live, why people die, why people escape, why people have succumbed. Trained people. Some people have been trained in certain scenarios. They've actually succumbed, and what others who haven't in the same situation have got out. Why is that? And a good example was the 2003 tsunami, or the big Indian Ocean tsunami.
Yeah, I was overseas when that happened.
One.
Right. I was overseas when that happened, and I went, how far are we from the ocean? Oh my God.
Classic one was, you saw various bits of footage of people just looking at it, not comprehending what they were looking at.
Mm-hmm.
And you're thinking, hang on a minute, you're looking at a tsunami,
run,
shouting at the screen saying, run,
Yes.
And they just, it's like an incomprehensible event that they're not used to seeing, or they don't know what it is.
And what's funny about that is that all the people missed 500,000 animals running up the mountains.
And the local people, like in Thailand, there was footage over there. The Thais were running. Same with the animals. Run. And the tourists were standing there like, look, Martha. Wow.
What a big wave. Can you take the picture?
Yeah.
That would be a nice, beautiful background.
Actually, this is a very good example of the mentality of the world today. There is a massive tsunami heading our way, and there's people standing on the beaches, and we're the ones saying to each other, we better start running.
Go on, Gil.
Yeah, one of the things that, is all these videos of the tsunamis, all the different ones. The tourists are idiots. Yep. They see the water going away. They go, oh, the water's going away. I can get seashells.
And you see the local, and you see the local people running like hell. Yeah.
Yeah. And these guys go down there, oh. And then you see a few smart tourists that are going, run, just screaming, everybody trying to drag other people along, and finally they just give up and take off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some beneficial aspects of pre-exposure training, information distribution is the Japanese know exactly what to do.
They do.
They're straight on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because they have a lot of earthquakes, which can create
lots
tsunamis.
of tsunamis. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And they get a lot of information about it. They have sirens that practice every week and all this sort of thing.
They got the app for it.
Right, yeah, they got the app for it.
They got claxtons that go off. I've seen videos of the tsunamis and as soon as a warning, the people don't hesitate. They get out, they drop what they're doing, and they go uphill right away. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a lot of power in a tsunami.
Oh boy, I saw stuff. Our news here in the States is very filtered. I was over in the Philippines when that happened, and foreign news doesn't filter. They show everything. That tsunami that especially in Thailand, where it hit Thailand, oh my God, man. God, they showed the reality. Because our news showed a couple of tourists holding on to a pole and getting swept away. And that's all they showed, Over there, they sent reporters over from the Philippines to Thailand and had linked up and all that. The devastation, I've never seen anything like that in my life. One film that I'll never forget was it hit in the morning, and all the older kids were in school, and they showed a market street, and all the moms with their little kids, little preschoolers walking around buying their vegetables and all that. They had no warning system, and this wave went down that street, and it killed every human being on that street. They didn't show that on our news, but they showed it overseas. Yeah. They just got tumbled up with everything, and it was like, and I was watching this when I was over in the Philippines, and the couple days after, the thing that really upset me was the cleanup. There was some small fishing village on the coast of Thailand. Everybody, there were dead bodies everywhere and animals and all that, and they showed where they got a chainsaw running and a truck running, and so they had to go into the forest and cut firewood. And these are average people like us guys who had to go and grab the dead bodies and throw them up on a fire. Our news didn't show that. They didn't show anything like that. Overseas, I saw all of it on the TV. I was like,
Yeah.
God, look at that. And these people these are their family members that they're having to pick up and throw them on the fire, because they had to do that within a couple of days, because otherwise disease is going to spread. And
And also,
Selena says here, we had a woman here that went down to the beach to have a look at the waves of a cyclone Alfred. She was taken to the hospital with severe injuries. Stop being a looky-loo and get your priorities right.
Yeah.
And not to mention the fact that you are taking your valuable resources from people in serious need.
Yeah.
That is a good point.
Yeah.
A very
Power
good
of
point.
the ocean.
And with that tsunami, apparently a year before, they were going to put a kind of tsunami thing in the sea, a detector, some kind of detector in the sea. But they rather put the money into something else. And then what happened a year later? They had a tsunami.
Pacific Alert System.
Yeah.
Was that what it was called? Pacific Alert System.
Not sure if it was called that, but that's what it basically was.
It was like an electronic system in the sea that would have told them there's a tsunami coming.
A series of buoys, and they connect via satellite, and they can relay information back.
I understand that some of those systems were tripped and the alarm went out, but by the time it went from this country to that country to that country to this country, it was too late, and then didn't get to the population.
Well, and also interestingly, all those people in Thailand they had prime space on the beach. And if you see what they've done to the poorer people now, they've pushed them all. You might know more about this, Bob, where they've pushed them all into one little area in Thailand. And I don't remember what the place is called, but all those people that used to live along the beach in Thailand, now they've all been moved into one little area. And
maybe I don't know. I haven't been to Thailand, but I do know that overseas, the poor people live by the ocean.
Yes.
The people with money live away from the ocean.
Well,
and there's a reason for that, because
of course, but in the modern times, they love they love the hotels, they love money, they love the tourism. So there's certain people that saw that area as prime estate.
See, this day and age, another top tip for people is to, there are people who don't like social media, but there are elements of social media which will inform you about developing events and things that are happening or just happen, which could have secondary and knock-on effects down the line. So, if you've got an Android phone or an Apple phone or whatever, you can get some early alerts on your phone.
Yeah.
And whatever you're concerned with, put them on the phone, it will alert you. I've got various alert systems on mine. One of them's the Space Weather Live Alert app. So if any solar activity kicks off with a big solar flare or anything, you've immediately got some sort of warning to get your arse in gear to do something about it, to mitigate.
I want to tell you a little bit of a story when it comes to the sea, because I experienced it myself, and I can tell you that was not a fun experience. When I was in high school, I was 17 years old. And we had our so-called intern. And I was on a research ship, basically. And one day the wind increased really. So on that Wednesday afternoon, the wind speed were up in 42 meters per second, and we were on the open sea. You can imagine how fun that is. Not. So that takes some guts to be on a ship in a that.
One of the most dangerous jobs in the world. Some like sea fishing.
Yeah. So I'm actually in high school. I am a trained, basically professional fisherman and mussel farmer and fish farmer. So I have been on the sea a lot. So I know how the powers of the sea.
Oh boy, it's unstoppable.
Oh yeah. Trust me, that's not fun. So
Laurie's prepping for Haven says, my parents lived through the Great Depression. So they taught me the kinds of things they had to do to survive back then. But young people these days don't have a concept of what it would be like. There's a good book written by a group of people called the Plan B Alliance. And the book is about how people survived and the methods they used, the kit they used, etc., back in the Great Depression. And it's called Locusts on the Horizon. It's quite a good book to buy.
Wow.
You can download
it. Just to put what Shadow said about his 42 meters per second, that's 94 miles an hour.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Laurie, my parents.
Forth.
And I was on the bridge that afternoon, and you know what? The waves were higher than the bridge.
Oh, Jesus. No,
and you saw those waves just came all over the bridge, and oh man, that was scary.
I think I'll just stick to driving my tractor in my garden at 1,100 feet elevation. I'm good.
Now, talking about the tsunami side, I was trying to look something up to verify it here. Bob might have heard about it in local lore there and stuff. Back around 600 AD, Japan had a massive earthquake, and the tsunami hit the Washington, Oregon coast.
Yes, it did. There's still evidence on the coastline of that tsunami right now.
And up the Columbia River, you got 120 feet up there where the trees were all scoured off, and the soil was taken away. And you got shrubs growing, but you don't have the big trees and stuff.
That's right.
The soil was cleared.
That's right. There's several of the Indian reservations on the coast. I think it's the Lummi Reservation. They've got inlets that nothing grows now, way inland, and that was left over from that original tsunami because so much salt water flew into the forest, it poisoned the soil, and very little grows there. Huge trees turned upside down, still out there in that forest. Yeah, it's still evidence right there.
Yeah. And so you think about, well, this is America. That's not going to happen here. Baloney.
Baloney. It happens everywhere. Anywhere you're near a body of the ocean. Oh, yeah.
There's a possibility. In Britain as well, similar to that. I have to Google it. Yeah. Let's have a look.
Yeah. Now I got a question for you guys. Getting back a little bit to the tips, things, and resources. How many people here on the panel and in side chat, you can put yes or no in the side chat. How many of you are worried about the Wi-Fi signals in your house?
Yeah, I've left my phone downstairs a bunch of times. You kind of sleep better.
Yeah, I found out something here a couple days ago, and I ordered something to go with it. That they were talking about that on one of the videos about the Wi-Fi and showing all the walking on the meter, showing all the crap and stuff, going, okay, here's your phone. And when it's doing this, here's your tablet doing Wi-Fi and stuff. I went and I got this.
Smart meter.
Yeah. I went and got this. What this is a USB-C, so it goes in the bottom of my phone and into my tablet. The other end for a Cat 5, 6, or 7 cable.
Oh.
And they were saying just plug a cable into your router and plug your plug tablet or whatever into it and turn off the Wi-Fi. And so I got this on Amazon. That's the name of this one here in particular. I got a cheap one just to do a test on it. I'm going to do a test over the next couple of weeks, and I'll do a video on it.
I have a couple of those. I love them, but I can't run cable all over my house.
Yeah, which is when the wife gets up here, she's going to say, all right, I'm going to say, where do you want cable outlets around the house? And that way we can just have a short, she can have, wherever she wants to, like the dining room table, we'll have one on the wall nearby. That way she can plug it in. Just when she's sitting at the dining room table and nobody's around, she can do her tablet and stuff and not worry about it. And of course, there's going to be one on each side of the bed. So at night when we're sitting there in bed, we're getting ready to sleep, we can tootle through our tablets and have the Wi-Fi off. And that, I know a lot of people go, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist about the radiation from Wi-Fi.
It's a frequency, not radiation. Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. The electromagnetic fields interfere with the electromagnetic fields of our body.
Yeah.
And so if we try to preserve the electromagnetic fields of our body, this is something you may want to consider doing. Getting a little device like this and changing up your router and stuff, or get a router that connects to a multiple switch, a 10 switch or a 16 switch, and just run cables around the different rooms so you can plug stuff in, so you're not carrying Wi-Fi around going. And my son loves he uses Wi-Fi on his phone so he doesn't run up his minutes, because he has the weird plan he's got. If he had one of these, he could just plug it in there in his room and just not be radiating his head with the Wi-Fi.
So I have fiber in the house, and the router / modem is the wireless. It's one box.
Yeah,
so I'd literally have to cover it with a Faraday cage to keep it from going out.
Fortunately, with mine, the box I got from the internet cable company we have, I can turn it off.
Yeah, well, that's a router. That's the router. The modem is a router for me. It's one box.
Yeah, and that's what we have. We have one box, so I can turn the Wi-Fi off on it. I already had them turn it off at their thing to turn off the 5G. So it's just they got rid of the 5G Wi-Fi in the house here because it kept trying to come on, and it was But yeah, so that's something else. That's something else you can do to mitigate your health before a disaster.
So I've just Googled the British tsunami. Apparently it says there was a significant tsunami that struck Britain 8,200 years ago, known as the Storegga tsunami. It is considered one of the largest natural disasters to affect the British Isles in recorded history.
8,000 years ago was recorded history? Okay.
Yeah. Well,
that was Olaf of Norway, who was down there visiting at the time.
Yeah, he scribed it in stone with his chisel and then used his donkey and some ropes.
Delve back into the records.
Drag it somewhere and put it 1,000 feet up on a stone building they just built because they were bored.
Delve back into records for soil samples and tree rings and stuff. And the tsunami was triggered by the Storegga slide, a massive underwater landslide off the coast of Norway.
Wow.
An enormous volume of sediment, estimated to be 2,400 to 3,200 cubic kilometers, shifted along the Norwegian continental shelf, displacing a huge amount of water. The resulting waves radiated across the North Sea, hitting Britain's eastern and northern coasts, particularly hard in areas like Northumberland, eastern Scotland, and the Shetland Islands.
Wow.
Waves.
That is a big wave.
Yeah, wave heights vary by location. In the Shetland Islands, the tsunami reached up to 20 to 25 meters high.
Wow.
Whilst on the mainland, such as northeast England, waves were likely to be 3 to 6 meters high. It's 10 to 20 feet high.
And things like that can happen again.
Well, yeah, and it did.
Yeah, definitely.
There was another one. There was another one in. No, I got it wrong. Yeah. Anyway, so it happened once. It can potentially happen again. So nowhere is really unaffected if you're on the coast.
And as another tip, we're talking about tips and stuff. Never go and camp on a what you consider a dead river. You know, there was cases. There was cases in Cyprus where people bought houses on what was considered dead rivers, and then we had loads of rain, more than like months and months of rain hit Cyprus. All of a sudden, those rivers became live, and all those people that had bought houses in the rivers, they got all their houses was flooded. You know, you get even campers. They go and camp by a river. I've seen guys in UK go camping, overnight camping. In the morning, they're waking up and their whole area's been flooded because they've camped next to a river. You know, it's a valley. It's a river for a reason. That's where the water will go if there's an enormous amount of water. Now we're talking about tsunamis. So the top tip is think twice before you camp or you set up near water.
That happens all the time here in the U.S. It just happened recently with in the Carolinas, where rivers that had never flooded up to the roadway in hundreds of years, washed out the roadway, took out the houses and everything else. But in Las Vegas, where my grandmother lived, we'd go out there, and every now and then we'd be playing the wash, and she'd come outside, get in the house. 5 minutes later, here comes the flash flood.
You see,
and it's not even raining where we're at. It was raining 40 miles away on the other side of Las Vegas.
Yeah, you even see things like this in places like even in the Middle East. You know, in the middle of nowhere, all of a sudden a flash flood.
Yeah.
Happened. There's been some serious flooding in Gran Canaria this week as well. Yeah.
I mean, you know, my advice in the last days, get yourself a location that is high ground, and if you can, get yourself one of those £5,000 lifeboats. Yes, it's going to look a bit weird on top of a mountain, and you can even live in it. Why not? And just in case, if water does reach the mountains, if anybody out there's seen the film 2012, where you had the Buddhist monk on the top of the mountain, and the waves reached up there as well. So, you know, water is the biggest enemy. Water is also our most important thing that we need, but it's also like Shadow was saying, you know, some of the conditions, you know, out in the sea, you know, your normal everyday people have got no idea what it's like.
I was just going to strap like 55 gallon drums to the side of my container. That way it'll just float away.
That's a good idea.
Tractor and all.
I was a sailing instructor, dinghy sailing instructor for 5 years, and the comprehension people get of the sea is they stand at the shore and they look out, and their immediate perception is that the sea is going to be like it is the next 300-400 meters of visual immediate distance of viewing. And it's not until you get out in a boat and you go out, say 500 meters, half a mile plus, then you start to see the real, when you're out in the open water, start to see the real scale of waves.
Yes.
And it's frightening, as Shadow said there.
Yeah.
You realize how insignificantly powerless you are. Yeah.
There's that one volcano over there off the shore of Spain out there, and the west side of it shows
Yeah.
signs of slipping.
Yeah.
And they say if that thing goes, they're expecting New York to get hit by a 50-foot tsunami.
Yeah, well, at least it's La Palma. There's a big fault line at La Palma.
Yes. La Palma.
There's various arguments as to say whether or not it will cause a big splash or a tsunami.
Yeah.
The models I've seen have stated that it could be hundreds plus feet high when it reaches the east coast of America.
Okay. Yeah.
Which and the thing about that is, people might think, West Coast of America, I don't live there, it's not going to be a problem. But the knock-on effects are going to be huge because you're then talking if New York gets swamped and half the East Coast gets swamped, you're talking major scale disruption in America, obviously, but also the financial knock-on effects
massive
down the line.
If you said like you said it's hundreds of feet, like if it's just 200 or even 150 feet, you can kiss most of the buildings in New York City on Manhattan Island gone.
Yeah, DC, you can Florida, kiss everywhere. Yeah,
you can kiss the entire U.S. government gone.
Yeah,
because that'll take out Washington D.C. and it'll wash it clean.
If you want a little idea,
that is what we call a clean sweep.
if you want some kind of an idea of what that looks like, watch the film 2012. I mean, if you want to, and we're not just talking about, we're talking about major collapses in infrastructure, governmental level, massive level. Another tip: don't live near any places like dead volcanoes. If you've got a bug out location, make sure to check things like, elevation, flooding, obviously stuff like, all right, if you're just on a normal move before a SHTF situation, you might want to check the crime in the area. But in this SHTF situation, if you've got a bug out location, stay away from dead rivers, stay away from dead volcanoes.
So I've done a quick analytical input into this program I've got, and it's saying that the La Palma scenario, worst case scenario, early research by someone called Ward and Day, 2001, proposed that a massive collapse of 150 to 500 cubic kilometers of rock could generate waves 400 to 600 meters high.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's 1,300 to 2,000 foot high around the Canary Islands.
Right.
Shortly after, the more refined models state that simulated slides of 20, 40, and 80 cubic kilometers, estimated wave height near the islands to be 100 to 290 meters. That's up to 950 feet. Realistic scenarios from past Canary Island collapses suggests most events occur in multiple stages rather than a single coherent block falling into the sea, reducing the tsunami's initial size. So for an 80 cubic meter slide, which is considered a credible upper limit by researchers, wave heights near and around the islands would reach 100 meters. So across the Atlantic, the initial models suggest waves of 20 to 25 meters high, that's 65 to 80 foot high, reaching Florida and the eastern seaboard of North and South America, assuming assuming a worst case of 500 cubic kilometers collapse in a single fast-moving block event. They also estimate 5 to 7 meters for Spain and up to 100 meters for England and along the west coast of Africa. So
Thanks, PV. We're all moving to the mountains now.
I'm already in the mountains. I'm at the foothills of the Grand Tetons.
However,
the highest elevation in Florida is 368 feet, I believe.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's just a sandbar. That's all Florida is a sandbar.
Yeah, it's a coral reef with sand on it. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Current consensus of the idea of a mega tsunami, often defined as waves over 100 meters, 330 feet, devastating the entire Atlantic basin, stems from extreme scenarios that are now considered unlikely. The volcano is monitored for instability, and recent eruptions, i.e. the 2001, did not trigger a collapse. Slope stability analysis suggests that it would take significant volcanic growth or an extraordinary combination of eruption and earthquake, i.e. a magnitude of 5+ with high explosibility to destabilize the flank.
That's what they thought about Mount St. Helens before the west side of it blew out.
3 scenarios. Near La Palma, a significant slide could produce waves of 100 to 290 meters locally. US East Coast, this is the current realistic scenario. Waves would likely be 1 to 2 meters at most, based on refined models.
That'll still wipe out DC and most of the East Coast.
Yeah, well, you get the channeling effects, and
that'll take out all the ships that are in port.
Yep.
Yeah.
That'll take out all the ships, the docks. Because the ships are going to take out the docks. That's going to ruin infrastructure, even if it is only 3 meters high.
Well, if you're like up the bay and you see all of a sudden the water starts disappearing quick, yeah, you better run if you can.
The other thing is the fact that because you're going to get a lead up time, can you imagine the panic and everyone going into prepper mode? On the build up to it, mass evacuations from localized area, anything near the coast, people fighting over the last resources that potentially can get wiped out, and so on.
Yeah. Like PV said, find those apps that can tell you stuff about volcanoes, weather. They're very useful apps to have, because if anything serious was coming, do you think that our leaders will tell us?
No, they're going into their bunkers. We know where they are.
The thing is, I think Shadow's done a stream on this before, early warning systems, and wherever you are, or listeners out there, do a threat assessment where you are. Consider what threats are most likely to hit you or affect you. And if you are living in a tsunami zone, get a tsunami app. If you're thinking about a solar flare threat, get a solar flare app. And, the idea is to have as much lead up time as possible and early warning as possible to warn you about these sorts of things. Even you can even get crime escalation warning apps.
Yeah,
and spot.
You don't want to be
warning apps.
Yeah, you don't want to be in a situation where SHTFs happen and then you're running last minute to go and get supplies.
Yeah.
Well, it just gives you that barrier, that buffer zone of warning to reaction sort of thing.
In response to Lori's answer there to the question of what volcano you're most afraid of, Yellowstone has a hype on it, which they're now discovering is not true. The ash map for that they said was Yellowstone turns out wasn't Yellowstone's. They've discovered it's from the Long Valley caldera at the north end of the Death Valley in California. The Yellowstone's last eruption only covered a third of the area they thought it did. The Long Valley caldera, which nobody really talks about, is the one that covered all the way up past Yellowstone, up to the Canadian border, all the way out across the Mississippi, and down into Texas. That was a big one that went. And because it was so many years before, they just and have been all the California climate in the mountains there, and on the other side, all the flooding they get there and stuff, that eliminated a lot of the evidence of it. Everyone was thinking, it's all Yellowstone. All this ash field is Yellowstone. It wasn't. Well, and Yellowstone right now is going
the explosion, the eruption, but then you have the upper atmospheric dust that will darken. It'll just wrap itself around everything, and we got nothing to grow, no sun. Yeah, that's when crap goes bad.
Yeah,
slowly and painfully.
I've got to shoot off, and my time is up. So I'll have to catch you all later, folks. And have a good one anyway.
Have a good weekend.
Keep your eyes and ears out. Get those apps in there, and
hopefully
we're all allowed to see next week's show. Catch you later.
Amen.
Yeah,
the volcano that I'm most afraid of is Mount Rainier, because I live here in Washington, and the counties all the way around Mount Rainier have got a system set up of loudspeakers and it's tested the first Monday of each month. And we will get plenty of warning before that klaxon goes off. Or actually, now they switched it from a klaxon to information. And all the schools around, they have drills where the kids on foot walk from the school to higher ground, because when all that ice and the glaciers and the snow melts all at once, it's
pyroclastic flow.
Yeah, and they're doing construction in some of the valleys around here, and they're 1,000 years ago was the last time Mount Rainier went off, and they're finding several feet below the ground entire trees buried, and I saw that evidence where I grew up, which is in a valley. The valleys were originally made by the glaciers. Then 1,000 years ago, Mount Rainier exploded and it washed all this mud and silt, which makes great farmland. And I saw the evidence myself when my dad hand dug a septic tank pit for a concrete septic tank. And he started running into trees. They were all pointed to the north. Because this was before there was the internet. There was no information out there for us. Yeah. And we put pieces together because we found trees all pointed towards the north, and they were still pretty solid because they were buried in an instant. And we found massive piles of oyster shells that would come from Puget Sound, from the Indians. They would trade. They would sell oysters and piles of oyster shells, and he even found a stone spear point down among that stuff. So Weird. 1,000 years ago, when there was no warning of any kind, the people who were down in the valley, gone. They're extinct. Gone. Yeah. That was about 6 or 8 feet below the surface of that nice, rich soil.
Lucky you didn't find any bodies. They would have come in there and said you have a graveyard there and you're not allowed to dig.
Yeah, but we didn't find any bones, but lots of oyster shells from Puget Sound. But yeah, it's very real, and we've got a system in place here. Yeah. Yeah, that's true, Lonesome. Yeah, it's true. It's a beautiful state.
Where I'm in eastern Idaho, I'm at from me to Yellowstone, it's not due north, it's northeast, it's north by northeast, so it's just a little bit off. The wind here 90% of the time blows from us to Yellowstone. So long as it's not in the wintertime, if Yellowstone pops and sends ashes up, it's blowing it away from us up towards Canada. In the wintertime is when I get worried about Yellowstone. But it's not a big explosion I'm worried about. I'm just worried about just a little, like in Hawaii, and it, sends a cloud of ash going across, and everything else.
Oh,
I was thinking, speaking of volcanoes, a couple of years ago, there were a volcano on Iceland that got an eruption, and that caused pretty serious consequences here in Sweden as well, because we get the ash cloud over here. So the airplanes couldn't take off or anything. They had to cancel all the flights because of the ash cloud. So,
well, after Mount St. Helens exploded, Eastern Washington, man, they had bumper crops the next year. All that rich ash landed all over the farms and stuff, and wow, did they grow? They had successful planting the next year. I'm connecting up here with Lonesome Not I channel. I'm leaving you a comment here. Seattle. Subscribed, and there we go. Comment. Okay. Yeah, our plan for Rainier, our plan is we have a plan in place for that, because we'll get about a minimum of like an hour before, a minimum of an hour over the broads. But they're going to send text messages to all the cell phones, of course, and the loudspeakers. Our plan for Mount Rainier explosion: grab a few food buckets, a few weapons, and the clothes on your back, and try to get out by car. If not, leave it all behind, because that is extinction level. If you're in any of the valleys that surround Mount Rainier, and you're in a valley, you're gone. It's over. There's no navigating around it. You're a goner. Basically, run a little bit more than run for your life.
All right. Here it is, Bob. Mount Rainier.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You can see how it looks like there.
Mm-hmm.
And there's Seattle.
Right.
And you got all these towns out in this area here, but yeah,
everywhere. Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
there's Portland down there.
Yeah, I live just north of Mount Rainier, northwest of Mount Rainier, more closer to Puget Sound, and that's why there's such rich farmland in Western Washington. The rhubarb farmers. That's where they planted their crops because it was beautiful soil. And 1,000 years ago, it was the last time it went off. And yeah, basically, if that klaxon or the loudspeakers go off, get in the car and try to get out by car. If not, you better have some shoes on, because you're going to have to climb the hills and get up out of the valley, or else you are dead. There's no bunker underground will save you. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, if you do live in any kind of place like that, that does have tendencies to have an extinction level stuff happening, it might be a good idea to move away, or to have a location where you could get to ASAP.
Yeah, there's where I got to say that the government here is very well organized with that. City, state, and county all work very well, and we've got signage that says evacuation route on, and all the valleys have got signage that point, get up out of the valleys now, right now,
And I bet Bob has alternate routes for to get around the traffic jams.
Absolutely right. Yeah. And it's called left, right, with a small pack on my back and a pistol in my hand. And we've got Filipino families who live on these hillsides around the area, and just march towards them, because we've already had an agreement with several Filipino families. If something will happen, we will take them in, and they will take us in. You bet I do. Yeah.
I remember all your alternate routes for different things talking about on your videos and stuff.
Oh yeah, you bet. Yeah. Well, that's part of it, We've got plans in place for civil unrest, and for storms, and for Mount Rainier. But Mount Rainier is like, even if you got nothing but the clothes on your back, run for your life, get out of the valleys,
Yeah.
But our plan is, we're going to head to a hillside where there's 3 Filipino families that live up there. On one side of the hill is Puget Sound, which is where the Navy and the Coast Guard can send relief ships in and evacuate people out. And if we keep going farther north is SeaTac Airport, so they can fly relief in and fly people out. Because I've talked to people who live in the area, and I told them that's the way you want to go. Well, no, we're going to go the other way, but there's no help for you out there. Think about it. If you go this way, you might be able to be put up with a resident for a while, but the only thing that they can do is helicopter stuff in. But the other direction, we can go airport, ships at sea, etc. So better chance of staying alive,
I've got a little bit of an idea for you, Bob, and I'll see what you think of it. Like you said, you've got people in valleys. What about if you put, like, for example, some rope on a tree, just as an emergency sort of backup, so that if you did have to struggle up a valley, there's some rope there that you can grab onto.
Yeah.
In an emergency,
That's a good idea, but
if people do live in valleys, maybe they can find a big tree at the top of the hill, put a bit of rope there, just leave it there, but it's there.
That's a good idea.
Because I saw in the tsunami people rushing up hills, and the water was like literally chasing them, and then they're barely escaping. But if you had a rope there and you could just grab the rope, even if you got caught up in the wave, you could still somehow perhaps pull yourself out.
All right.
Even having a couple of buoys tied onto not a couple of those floating rings.
So this map here is all the different little volcanoes, plus Mount Rainier and then Glacier. These are all just in Washington.
Yeah.
And up into Canada.
Wow.
Yes, that's part of the Ring of Fire.
Yeah, it is. It is. And if you know who Virginia Roots is, she lives farther north from me. That's why we've got contacts with each other, or we exchange phone numbers. So if I have to, I can call her and warn her. But up in her area, recently they've had 3 or 4 4-point earthquakes in her area, and I haven't called her or anything yet, but I'll check with her soon. Probably check with her on Sunday. I might go live Sunday. I might not. I'm not sure.
Well, I will notice that on Monday morning at 4 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, Shadow's sitting there having his morning coffee with us. Yeah.
Yeah, and besides, I like Virginia Roots. She's a wonderful woman.
She's very smart and very direct, isn't she? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
She's kind of like
don't mess with her, because you will get your butt kicked.
Yeah, that's how we are in this state. Is if you need to be told to shut the fuck up, we will tell you to shut the fuck up. Right. That's just how we are.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if I can get this next one here up here. Okay. So this is just south of Bob. Let me get it to share here. Hang on. This is Oregon's volcano map.
Yeah.
So, right there, so right there across the river there is the state line. So this is the ones down here in Big Hole, Newberry volcano. I can tell that's a volcano. There's one in that caldera. So
yeah, that's basically, if that starts happening, run for your life. Okay, leave everything you've worked just forget it. Just leave with your life. That's all you're going to be able to do, because all those mountains are covered in ice and snow year round, and all that ice stuff. Boom,
Yeah, if one of those volcanoes erupt, that snow will melt and ice will melt instantly.
Yeah,
when you have
and you're not going to be able to pull Kurt Russell surfing the pirate classic flow like you did in Escape from LA.
Yeah, you can look at when there's videos from news stations back in the 80s when Mount St. Helens erupted. It did give lots of warning, and when it finally popped, check out videos of the Toutle River. That's when all that ice, and snow melted. Holy mother. Oh my God, man. Nothing survived in the path of all that water. Everything disappeared, But,
A good idea for your bug out bags is clothes. A lot of people put gadgets, gear, and they're not enough emphasis on clothing. For me, I've been sort of rethinking the bug out bag stuff, and I'm thinking, what is your first line of defense? Your clothes. Clothes is going to be your first line of defense before anything else. So having a bug out bag with an extra set of clothes, maybe an extra set of boots, because you can't make boots in nature easily.
Sitting right there on my wall.
Unless you know how to make moccasins, Indian style, so having a good set of clothing in your bug out bag, along with the clothing that you wear. I tend to wear a lot more outdoor clothing these days. So if I do get caught up, at least I've got my first line of defense. And obviously, bits and pieces that you carry with you. You might have a lighter, you might have a small torch, you might have some little bits with you as well. But your bug out bag must have another change of clothing. If it's winter, put thermals in there, spare socks. And also, I don't know if you guys know about Johnson's talcum powder. Apparently, don't use it no more because it's got asbestos in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see that? I'll show you. This is on my wall in my garage because the garage door is the biggest door in the house. That rucksack right there is full of cooking gear, survival gear, especially and cooking.
Hey, Vanessa, good to see you, man.
That's also covered in several layers of camp dry, which is a silicone that so that the contents don't get wet in the rain. And then right there is a hook with 2 field jackets and a big hat. I'm going to consolidate more of that stuff because we just moved in here 2 years ago, and I'm still in the process of moving stuff around. And like one of the consolidations I'm doing here is I'm getting food buckets closer to the kitchen because my wife and daughter will do the cooking, while my son and I stand guard. But I'm getting food buckets and water closer to the kitchen because they're both very small Asian ladies. And where you and I could pick up a 50-pound food bucket, no problem. For them, it would take 2 of them, to carry it down. Those plans are all in works, and I just slowly pick away at it every day. I do a little something, and but like I said, our plan is to get out that garage door right there if we have to, because the car is right out in the driveway, and boom, get in the cars, go.
Yeah, I guess you reversed the car, so you don't have to reverse the car out on the street, so you can just take off.
Back in the car always.
Yeah, we've got 4 cars in the family, so we can throw gear in the cars, food, water, whatever else we need, and have a convoy and get out.
Maybe
we might not even have enough time to do that if the mountain blows up.
Maybe
that is one thing that most people fail to do, and I keep riding on my daughter about it, is back into the driveway.
Yeah.
They got they got a 3-car wide driveway. It's almost like mine is, but it's not concrete over there. And they back out really quick, and there's hardly any traffic on the street here where we're at. But still, it's like, she likes driving in because if there's snow, she drives in, gets the kids out into the house, unloads. It's like, turn it around, just back in. It's a little bit safer.
I do that, Gil. Anytime I go to the supermarket, any store, anywhere we go, I'm got my head pointed out, no matter where we go or the event. I always back in or pull around and have the head pointed out, no matter where it's at.
That's a good tip. That's a good tip. Also, a good idea is to perhaps put notes around your house as well to remind you of stuff. Where your stuff is, perhaps, so that if other family members, like if you're in the car, Bob, and you forgot something, you could say quickly to, oh, it's in there by that sign. Go and grab it. I forgot it. Like when we say like first aid, usually, oh, it's in the red bag with the cross on it in my bag.
Yep.
So having notes around the house, notes in the kitchen, notes in the garage. Be ready when you wake up in the morning. Have a little note on your door saying "Be ready."
Well, yeah, but if you saw my channel, in the very center of the house, I've got some shelving that's got the first aid, the ways of turning on lights and candles and all that. It's all right there in the middle of the house. Everyone in the family knows what's on those shelves, and they walk past it 150 times a day. So it's all right there in one spot.
Right there, yeah, that's good to do.
Yeah,
and you know what, Bob, I was meaning to come over to your channel, but 7 p.m. here is 3 a.m. where you are. So I will come and see you, but I'm going to have to be up extra late, and then it just puts my sleep right out.
Yeah,
I'm not making excuses. I will.
No problem. No problem. Yep.
I will turn up. But sometimes do you do any chats earlier?
Oh, well, I have hit and miss. Sometimes I'll get bored here and go on,
I just have to keep my eyes open. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah, normally you are live 4 a.m. in the morning, my time.
Yeah.
So that would be 3 a.m. your time.
Yeah,
dear
7
Lord.
p.m. Pacific
Yes,
Standard
3
Time. Yeah.
3 a.m. my time. I was
Yeah.
going to see Bob's show one evening, and then I tried to stay up, and I actually fell asleep. So sorry about that. I was trying to stay up, and where I was working all day, I was quite knackered, and I was literally, I think I got to about 2 a.m. and then I fell asleep.
Well, I'll give you some heads up about who usually joins the panel. His name is Slingshot Warrior. He is on the he's on the autism spectrum. But I believe in giving everyone a fair chance, and he says things that are inappropriate sometimes. Sometimes he won't follow along with the conversation.
Which I noticed a couple of times.
Yeah, I usually tell him just straight out, Slingshot, shut the fuck up.
And he keeps his mouth shut after that.
Yeah, because I've known.
I've been on a few times when he's on. It's kind of like, and I understood that part of it. So
yeah. Slingshot, keep up with the conversation. Wait, or I'll tell him, wait till someone else is off the mic, then you can talk. But he doesn't do it to be malicious. It's just his disability. But I'm telling you, that guy on his channel, he cannot own a firearm. He has got some of the best less than lethal firearms out there. The guy is a wealth of information as far as he just posted a video yesterday. His primary weapon is a slingshot. He's going to a national slingshot tournament this year. I gave him the idea of an H harness to hold all of his gear up because he was complaining that his gear pulls his pants off. And he got an H harness and he put it into his gear, and he went out target shooting with, holy shit, dude, I would not want that guy coming after me. I mean, he would hit you right in the face from 30 yards away. He'd take you out, man. I ain't kidding.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can find his video. I'll post it up for you. But I feel that he's got something he has something to add,
Prepper for the Ages has another question. How much prepper gear do you keep in your car? I don't have one, so.
Well, we have what's for me. Let me go first, Gil. I'm sure you've got stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say, you go ahead.
I've got like a laptop bag in each of our cars. It's called a get home bag. It's got hand warmers, food, including a can of peanuts, trash bags, because it rains a lot here. Trash bags, you can use it as a raincoat, some tie cord, a knife, some fire starters, different things like that. But usually you can either get a small gym bag or a laptop bag and fill it up with different things like that. I don't have the car full of stuff, but we got enough to where we can sling it over our shoulder and make it home. Yeah, I'm done to go.
Yeah. My wife last month bought a car. I bought it several months before that, an all-wheel drive vehicle, so we can get around in the snow and stuff. And so we're slowly figuring out, all right, we want things a little bit different than we had in our previous vehicles, which we still have. And so it's a work in progress. And yes, I am laxing it. Bad Gil. I've been procrastinating it, but I've got stuff around here. I just haven't gone out there to organize it to make it work right. And so I got I picked up a used 2000 Nissan Murano all-wheel drive.
Mm-hmm.
And so I got to figure out the back space on it. The one thing I did right away is I realized the cover they have over the back keeps you from putting in full-size grocery bags in there. So
there you go.
I pulled that. It came right out. So but there's space underneath. There's a whole bunch of space around the spare tire. I mean, there's a lot of space around the spare tire to stick stuff. Yeah. And so I'm just figuring out how I'm going to pack things in there so you can't see what I have in there when you walk by the car.
Yes, that's important. Mm-hmm.
And my wife picked up she got a brand new one. She said it's the last vehicle she's going to buy ever. a 2025 Honda Pilot. And so it's got the back space in the back, and she's trying to figure out maybe put some sliding trays in there and have it so she has a deck to put everything else on top, and you have everything, all the air compressor,
All
that,
yeah.
all the car kit stuff.
Yeah.
So the car kit, people, is for the car, not for you. It's stuff to get the car going: jumper cables, flares, extra fuses for the system. Air compressor, whatever you're going to need for the car. And so we're trying to get that portion done so the cars are good. And of course, she's also throwing in, she's already bought a new set of not jumper cables, snow chains. The snow, it says chains, use the cables. Yeah. So she's already got that. She's trying to figure out how to put that in. I need to get a set for mine. And it's just one of the things we're just slowly building it. And that, don't rush to pack everything in there, but don't drag your feet like I've been doing.
Yeah. Also, my wife took care of this part. Is we do have this exposed, but at least a half a dozen bottles of water on every car. She'll do that. We'll go through those bottles of water during the summer. But the next thing you know, I see her come home from the market, drop 6 or 12 bottles of little waters in the car, and she keeps it in there all year round. But on the side chat here, guys, take a look at Slingshot Warrior's channel. I posted one of his most recent video. He's wearing the H harness to hold up his gear. My suggestion: watch how accurate that fucking lunatic can shoot a slingshot. dude, he would take you out, man. I mean it. I mean, he would really hurt you, man.
Yeah. And
we
talking about water in the car.
Keep this going.
We will. So, Bob, you're talking about putting water bottles in the car. My wife and I have decided to go a different route with the water bottles. We've gotten these stainless steel flasks. This is a half-gallon one. I got 5 of these, and she has a couple. She's gotten a couple 1 gallon of these, of the stainless steel flasks.
Yeah, I've got 2 of those. I've got 2 of those. Very good.
Yeah, and it's just this has insulation around it. It's doubled wall as well, so it's because let me look. So it can just slide right out of there.
Good deal.
And it was a great price on Amazon when I got it. And what I like, it comes with the shoulder straps. I can throw the shoulder straps on for walking with it. It's got the hook for. I want to know where the blankety blank this was when I was in scout camp with all the young scouts, and as a scoutmaster, this was a primal thing. And this is absolutely excellent. I mean, so far here, I filled this up before the live stream. I'd say I'm probably down to about here now. I've been. You see me sucking on the water all the time.
Yeah.
I carry freeze dried water. It's very light, and you only need to add water to it.
Chef, finally, I got around to you, Chef. You're fired.
Yeah. Hey, Mark, I got the dehydrated water.
Yeah, mine's better because it's freeze dried. It lasts longer.
Hey, I've got a little idea for your cars. I don't know what you guys think of this idea, but maybe for smaller items, and maybe if you built some false floors in your trucks. I don't know. I mean, maybe you might have 2 or 3 inches on the floor where you could play with, and maybe make a false floor where you could put stuff underneath it. For survival, maybe survival knife, little first aid stuff and water purification and what have you.
And a folding shovel.
Shovel. Any idea? It's like Shadow with his pouches. You could do so much, so you could have a false floor underneath the driver's side, a false floor in the passengers, false floor behind. You can do, and people, they're looking at the car.
You can't get those anymore.
Yeah.
What's that?
You
Shadow?
can't.
He's talking about that bandolier. You can't get those anymore. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, no. Well, they're very nice. I mean,
it's heavy duty leather.
Yeah,
high quality leather.
In some surplus stores, you may still be able to find stuff like that. you know, but yeah, they don't. Obviously, if they did make them, they'd be very expensive. But maybe.
Oh yeah.
All right, hang on. Let me get this
Here
up
is something I'll show on my webcam here. Snap lights. I have several of these in each one of our get home bags. I don't know if you can see.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've got loads of them. Yeah.
Yeah, those.
Yeah, glow sticks. Yep.
Yeah. I have those in all of our cars.
Yeah, I have a package of those.
Very good, very good. Those are really, really very handy. Same with that little hand warmers, the snap hand warmers to keep your hands from freezing. You know.
Actually, I had 2 of them.
Very good.
And if you're really bored and really creative, you cut those things open. You pour the fluid into a squirt gun, and then you break the vial and pour that into the squirt gun. It's like shooting laser beams. It's at night. It's really fun.
Oh, that's cool.
This isn't showing. Let me go back to the other one. So I've typed in for cargo drawers for my Nissan Murano.
Okay.
And this one here is look at that. I mean, if you're looking in at it, so with the hatch down, all you can see is the upper portion. I'm gonna see if I can open that in a separate link here. But some of these others here are, they give you a space there. And my wife and I have talked about it, but we really haven't done anything with it yet. I mean, and that would be, it has a lock on it. We've talked about this. We've hemmed and hawed about it, but we just haven't, pulled the trigger and bought one for each of our vehicles. And so these things are really
that's cool.
Yeah,
I didn't even know those existed. And man, now I just learned something today.
Get car
and this is one of the more inexpensive ones, based almost $300, but it has a locking drawer on it. And then what you can't see here is over in the back on the side there, that side piece opens up. So it just you have a drop down tuck hole on the side back there.
Right.
And the other one here is a little bit bigger. You got 2 drawers, and each of them each of them pull out separately. So there are options out there.
Any car prowlers, they carry their own flashlights. I've seen them, and they'll shine a flashlight inside your car to see if there's anything worth stealing, and they can't see nothing in there, and they'll just move on.
Yeah. If you don't leave nothing in the car, even things like small change, they'll smash your window just to get a couple of bucks.
My son drove his car to work, usually drives it down to the Amtrak station in Martinez, takes Amtrak into the Oakland Embarcadero where the office building he works at. He on a Friday, he drove his car in because he was going to head up to his girlfriend up at Angels Camp. Straight from there, nothing in the car, nothing. And they broke the rear passenger window to get in to look around. And they could see daytime there was nothing in the car.
Yeah. I one of my neighbors where we used to live lost a window for a freaking phone recharging cord. They smashed a window just to get that. That's why our cars have nothing in them. Nothing. They look like they've got nothing, but nothing worse than breaking the window for.
In here in the UK, you get people putting up little signs in their car saying nothing of value.
Move on.
Not worth breaking into.
Yeah.
Nothing of value but a couple vials of anthrax. Be my guest.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Gil. That's fast. Be cruel. How about some bubonic plague? Make them burst out with oils before they fucking die. The sons of bitches.
Or even better, radioactive side.
Yeah.
The car. Sorry, guys, but this car is radioactive contaminated. So
just put the quarantine stickers on there saying COVID.
Hey guys, we better be careful what we're saying. You don't want to knock on the door by the police.
This is all humor. It's
humor.
Funny. It's do not take serious. We do not recommend you do this. We're just laughing.
No one got hurt during the making of this chat. No one got hurt during the making of this chat.
No, nothing serious here. Nothing serious.
However, on the serious side of it, when I was still working before I retired, I worked at the federal building in Oakland, and even though it's a got a badge to get into the parking lot. There's still people walk in and out because people go down, they walk out to go to the restaurant across the street, whatever. So, so there's pedestrian traffic that walks in that are not restricted. My car looked like it belonged to a homeless person inside. I had wrappers all over it, all the crap in there. But under that, I had my go bag. But it was all camouflaged by crap. And my car never got broken into. Some of the other guys' cars got broken into. But mine, they look at mine and go, ew.
Yeah.
Oh, we call them sleeper cars. You got cars that are can drive faster than Ferraris, but they look like crap. So, maybe have a sleeper bug out vehicle that looks like crap, but actually it goes like the clappers.
Hang on.
Hey, I'm gonna bail here. I got to run up the road here. I totally forgot something I'd rather not talk about.
Oh,
there you go. There's a bug out vehicle for you.
Yeah.
I'll take one of those.
It just goes over everything.
Yeah.
All right. Y'all have a great evening, day.
All right, later, Chef.
Whatever.
Peace
Enjoy your
out.
weekend. What's left of it?
If you go live on Sunday night, Bob, I'll be on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Mark, you want me to send you the link for tonight's live?
No, I just got my iPad is also down to 17% and dying quick. I got I just fired up my generator on a propane tank because I forgot gasoline.
Yeah.
So it's running, it's charging everything right now, and I got to run to the store quick. So
I wasn't sure if you wanted me to email you the link for tonight's.
Oh no, I got all my YouTube. It'll pop up. I have reminders on everything. So
okay.
Are you on tonight, Jill?
Yes, I'm on it's 3:30 my time, so I go on at 6, so I go on in 2.5 hours on Gray Man Prepping.
Oh, it's getting late over here.
Yeah, middle of the night for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
late
past 10.
for
It's
me.
10:30 in the evening now, and I need a lot more beauty sleep than I used to.
Yeah.
All right,
Tonight's topic is after the grid collapses, what's your plans?
Yep. All right, y'all have a good one. I'll talk to y'all soon.
Take care, Chef.
Thanks, Shadow. Later, Bob.
Take care, Mark.
All right, later, guys. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna bounce out of here. Mrs. just got her hair done tonight. We're gonna go to the Muckleshoot Reservation and watch Styx. You remember that band back in the day, Styx?
Mm-hmm.
They're in concert at the Muckleshoot Reservation, so she just got her hair done and.
Okay, prepare for the ages.
What kind of music is that?
No
Styx?
problem.
What
Lady, things like that. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto, domo, 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 domo. Yeah, that's the band Styx, Styx. They were big in the 80s, and we're going to watch them in concert tonight. So we're going to have something to eat and go on a date with my lovely wife.
Enjoy. I saw
Enjoy
Dylan
yourself, Bob.
I saw Dylan in 1987.
But Chef got fired today.
Oh man.
Shadow, you moving in on Miss Icy? Damn you! I hope you get leprosy. You.
No.
No. Oh. Okay. Well, yeah. And always remember, folks, I am far more handsome than Shadow is. I always will be. Yeah.
I'm just plain but ugly. And the Higgs says I can't take off my hat. I take out satellites.
All right, peace out, you guys. I'm gonna go pay attention to my lovely little missus later. All
Yeah, you have to
Bob.
do that, or otherwise you get slapped with a flip flop.
Or the doghouse, or you go to the doghouse.
Yeah.
Thank you, CB.
Yeah, so I think being calm first and foremost, and even maybe preparing yourself to try and be calm is a good idea, because it's all good us talking about all this stuff now, but when the stuff really gets bad, and it is going to get really bad because there's people out there that are intent on escalating war. Of course, it's a big business, it's big money.
Yeah.
And there's too many people making big. Who said beware of the industrial military complex? It's a big business, so
yeah,
things are coming our way, and the biggest thing is going to be, mental breakdowns. Like people are going to be freaking out. They're going to be, some people are going to be going crazy just because their internet has gone out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh no!
They're gonna have social media withdrawal.
Yeah.
But when I went through the police academy many years ago, way before I met my wife, our class motto was, in an emergency, under stress, we will revert to how we were trained.
Yeah.
And with that, write down all your plans, write them all down: fire, earthquake, flood, hurricane, whatever it is, wildfires, write them all down.
I agree, Laurie.
So you can practice them, and that way you're not so stressed because it's something you're used to doing.
Yes, and quite often, like you said, training kicks in. That's why I was saying things like, to Bob, like to have signs up in his house. I always tell people, do drills once a month. Say, right, we're bugging out. We're going, get all your stuff. Let's go. 2 minutes in the car. Bam. And if your son and daughter turns up half an hour later, you say, no, that's not good enough, son, daughter. You need to be in the car in 2 minutes. Yeah, but Dad, I couldn't find my bag. I couldn't find my torch. Well, why wasn't the torch with the bag?
Yeah, exactly.
Going back to that, when the question is, what do we have in our cars? Well, what I don't have in the car, but I have just inside the garage door, some of those black and yellow totes, the 27-gallon totes we have in the U.S. here for everywhere.
Yep.
I got supplies in that, so it was like, oh crap, garage door open, 1, 2, 3, 4, garage door down and gone.
Simple.
Yeah. And I got my backpack in one of the totes, so I keep it in there so it's protected from the rodents. And just the totes just get thrown in. I don't even empty the totes. I just toss them in there. I'll empty them when I get to my location, and I may need the totes when I get up there.
And people say, why? Why do you need to do drills? Well, I'll tell you why you need to do drills. If you do a drill and something goes wrong during that drill, you know
exactly what to do.
Exactly. So, that's the purpose. That's the reason why you do drills, because if anything goes wrong during that drill, you can do something about it, perhaps.
Yeah. It's called, here in the US, we call it the planning P.
The planning
the letter P, and you start off in the base, and then you start going around in the loops up here. And so you exercise, you evaluate, you modify, and then you and just do it over and over till you do it till you can't do it wrong.
Exactly. And you know what? That would be actually a nice thing for someone to do. I don't know if you've got time, Jill, or someone out there maybe perhaps can put something together, maybe on something on a poster that people can get and just have it up there in the garage. And
just let me pull something up here real quick here.
Sure.
Because it's online. If you look up, so I'm going to Google the planning P.
The planning P.
And here we go. Oh, wrong button. Present, share. All right. So there it is. And let me go ahead and click on it. The planning P. There you go. Incident or event notification, blah, blah, blah. This is when an event kicks off. But then you have all your things about execute, plan, assess progress, develop. You just go around in a circle here. Once you start going here, you start going round and around.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, because what's that saying? If you don't plan,
if you fail to plan, you plan to fail.
Right, that's the one.
Yeah.
And so, so in a real situation, if you haven't done any drills, you haven't sort of tested anything, you haven't been out even with your tent. You might think, oh, we've got a family tent, but you've never used it. You've never took it out in the field, So yeah, doing drills is very important, because then if anything goes wrong, we've had a flat tire and we've only got one spare. Oh, okay, well that's bad. We need to have two spares, because we've already got a flat and we're only just going away from our house, and we're going to need a spare. So maybe having a puncture tire kit in your car as well.
I don't know if you guys have a stuff called green slime over there.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's like my farm tractor here. Yeah. I got the big containers, and one went into each tire. And the guys when the tire got gashed on the side by a piece of metal in the dirt that I didn't see, that I didn't know was in there, and it cut the side of it. I had to get a new tire, and they go, don't worry about it. It probably saved you a lot of other flats and stuff, because it's not under the Les Schwab protection plan here. But the most car tire places are used to people doing that, and it takes quite a bit for me to get a flat tire, because every now and then I'll see green dots on the driveway. I'll go up to the tire, and there's where something was in there, but it's sealed up, and so I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
And speaking of tents, extra tent stakes.
Yeah.
Because I have tent stakes exactly like these for my tent. And those are made of aluminum, so these can bend if you step on them by accident. So they bend. So it's nice to have a couple of those extra, because you never know when you need them. And if you don't need them, you might, if you have a tarp with you, you can use these to put the tarp up.
Yeah, always good to have.
There we go.
Yeah.
The being a scout, having been a scoutmaster, assistant scoutmaster, my wife has been a committee chair. We've both been through the Boy Scouts Wood Badge program.
Oh, cool.
And one of the things we did, I'm trying to find the right one here, heavy duty. Okay. There it is. So I'm going to bring it up here. This is what we went to for all the troops' tents, because it just worked. It just worked so great. These are spikes, not stakes. It's like a 10-inch nail with a clip on it.
Right.
And yeah, you drive that all the way down to the ground. You have the little hook there on the end of it to catch the loop on the tent. You just pull it down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the back side you can't see it, but the other side has a hole in it, so you can run the paracord through it to stretch down the rainfly.
Yeah.
And we went to these because these things are just absolutely. And here's the version from Harbor Freight over here. These we didn't like because it didn't go down flush enough. These you drive down just about flush, so nobody trips on it.
Yeah.
So, plus they're steel, they don't bend. These things, these were the type that the tents came with. In the rocky ground we go camping in up in the mountains, they'd start driving. It just it folds on it.
Yeah.
So, anyways, I just wanted to share that on that.
They're very good. They're very good.
That's okay.
Yeah. Oh, and if you're for camping, then you make sure you have a good long framer's hammer. Basically, it's got the claw. The claw is almost flat, not curled around like it is on a lot of hammers. Yeah. Works great for pulling those out.
Yeah.
You just kind of kick it into and you pull your stakes out. Okay, just
CB says that's what I use, the orange ones. Nothing like tripping on tent tie downs.
Yeah.
I have done that a couple of times, and that is not fun.
Oh, the other thing, just for you have if you have to run the string out farther away from the tent, you can order online glow in the dark paracord.
Yep. Good
And
idea.
then you also get the it's like the surveyor's tape, like 1 inch wide, all the bright fluorescent colors. You can get the green that is glow in the dark.
Yeah, good
as
idea.
well.
You can also get those cheap little solar lights that you could just sort of stick in the ground, and perhaps you could put one of them next to your tent stakes if you wanted.
Yeah.
We never did get these. Let me see if I can get this spelled it wrong. There we go. Reflect. I messed up my spelling here. See if it comes up. Okay. Share entire screen. That. Oh, there we go. So, like the green stuff here is fluorescent with strands of glow in the dark in it. You can get different things. I was looking for the actual. This is it. There we go. Some other troops actually tied those onto their tent lines, the reflectors.
Yeah.
Little cheap. They had the total plastic ones. But you got also get reflectors, and when any light hits it, it's like, and it shows up. But this stuff here is highly reflective and has some of the threads in it are glow in the dark, so that once the light hits it, it still stays glowing for a little bit. So really cool stuff.
Yeah. Very useful.
Yeah, I just got that Planning P on my laptop now, so I'll have a look into that. Maybe download some PDFs. Incident action planning process.
Yeah.
And then it goes on at the bottom to show the P for anybody out there that want to look into that. Incident action planning process. The Planning P, like Jill said.
Yeah. There's also a free class on FEMA's independent studies called FEMA Independent Studies Program on planning, and they do that. And it's one of the classes I required everybody that worked under me to take at Homeland Security there. So because that was my job, I was the emergency management coordinator. I wrote plans every friggin' day. And we tested them, we reviewed them, and we shared them with other regions. And and we had to change it up, and we had to name the plan. This is Region 1's plan. This is Region 2, because California doesn't have hurricanes, whereas Region 2 over there with Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, they have hurricanes.
Yeah.
So we developed plans a little bit differently, but we all had the same base plan, and all the other ones were built off the base plan. But you learn once you get into that, there's a lot of stuff you can learn. They have several. They have the main planning classes, and then they have other planning classes that are free to take from FEMA, and some of the classes have university credits. So if you're going to a university, you check with them, say, will I get credit for doing this online class? And you get extra credits that way for it too. Kill two birds with one stone.
Yeah, it's good idea. There's definitely a lot of stuff with the FEMA happening. Definitely, there's all sorts going on. Emergency response, emergency communications, family emergency plan, emergency communications, emergency contact plans. It goes on and on. Emergency crisis management plan, emergency communication plan, emergency disaster plan. Gosh.
All right. So I just started typing in the thing here. FEMA, IN, and it popped up. Independent study.
Okay.
Courses. So let me just share this one again here, so anybody can look at it. And see what I'm talking about here.
Yep.
All right, so I typed in FEMA independent, and it came up independent source. So it's ISP, Independent Study Program, and you can go in there and you can go in and see what sort of classes they have in here. And these are all the courses.
Very good. Yeah. Wow.
I'm not even halfway done yet. These are all the courses. Now we're into the thousands.
Wow.
All right. And so, yeah, you can look at, they got everything from basic incident. There are 4 levels of the incident command system. There's incident command IS 100, Introduction to Incident Command System. IS 200, basic incident command for initial response. 300 is not in here because 300 is a classroom for that you got to go sit in for 16 hours.
Wow.
And then the next 16. The next 24 hours is ICS 400. And I became an instructor for that for a while. But yeah, I mean, everything you can think of, planning for the needs of children in disaster, preparing for a mass casualty incident, earthquake preparedness, community hurricane preparedness, flood mitigation basics. Yeah. And it's all free, people. It's
Brilliant.
free. If it's online, it's free.
So anybody
One
out
question, Gil. Is that only for U.S. citizens, or is it for everyone around the world?
Anybody can go to it from anywhere. You guys can go on it, do it. Whether or not it is applicable over that, but the basic information is good.
To see you, man.
All over. Yeah, it's just the basic stuff on it. Animals in the disasters, awareness and preparedness. I think that's good for anyone in the world. Here's one that is strict. It may be aimed more at the U.S. Civil rights and FEMA disaster assistance. Yeah, that's aimed at the U.S. Mitigate. Safe social media in emergency management. So there's some of these are aimed at people whose jobs this is for, but there's some other ones. There's household hazmat.
Yeah.
Things like that. Preparing children for disaster. Everyone should take that one. There's just a lot, and then of course here in America we have the CERT program, the Community Emergency Preparedness System, teams and stuff, and they have the initial course in here, but you still got to go take the 40-hour course in person and then go through the drills to be totally certified. But there's just so much stuff here that's available.
Very good stuff.
Yeah. You got to go through. You got to go through and look at them, see if it's something you really want to do or not.
If it's in your, say, like if you're in an area that's got hurricanes, you might be able to look up hurricane.
Yes, there are several things on hurricanes.
So if you live somewhere that's near flooding, the same thing. If you live somewhere where it's a city and there might be civil unrest, it will give you some good ideas.
Yes, there's that in there too.
So, but also most countries around the world do have sort of emergency backups as well. I mean, so yes, you can look at that one for free, which is great. It's awesome.
Yeah.
People listening, if they've got, if they've got any kind of concerns or they want to sort of brush up on any kind of knowledge.
Yeah.
But a lot of countries do have kind of emergencies type procedures as well. I mean, we have. I don't know what you've got in Sweden, the equivalent to FEMA. Shadow, I don't know. I mean, you was recently given a book about survival stuff in Sweden.
Well, actually, it's
a leaflet that was handed out.
Yeah, this one. This is the Swedish version of it. So,
look into your government websites and just whatever you're concerned about, whether it's hurricane, volcanoes, flooding, what have you. You know, look into your local emergency websites, and you know you can get information.
One of the ones here, which is good worldwide, active shooter, what you can do, aka run, hide, fight. That's yeah, I'm saying that's, you know, there's even a couple videos out on it too as well. And then there's community preparedness, implementing simple activities for everyone.
Yeah, simple, great idea. And we would encourage people out there listening, if they can get some people together, it might be one or two, you know, to start off with, but you know, you get a little group of people doing exercises, training, it's all good. And you know, you might start off with little numbers in the beginning, but you know, people are concerned. There are I'm sure there's many people out there that would love to go to classes or you know, to learn more stuff. I mean,
yeah,
maybe it's the preppers out there that are leading that, you know, encouraging people to look into being prepared. And not only that, you're like, it's almost like you're a lifeguard in a sense, you know, as well, because people might be in a situation, they're cracking up, and it's actually much more simple, you know, because all right, you're freaking out because you can't go to the ATM machine, you can't use your laptop, you can't go Wi-Fi, you can't call your girlfriend. I know that's a bit bad. I mean, if you can't call someone you love, but I love that sheet behind you. So,
all right, I'm gonna have to kill my green screen for a second. So don't freak out, people, when you see
brilliant. That's
green behind me.
Cert. Yeah.
Community emergency response team. Usually the helmets are green. You see a white helmet, that is the head of the organization for that area. Yeah, it's also just called CERT.
Yeah.
I helped set up the plan to begin with.
Oh, brilliant.
So yeah, it was we stole it from Los Angeles Fire Department. Readily admit it, we stole it and then we fixed it better.
Well, you know,
we don't have something similar to FEMA here in Sweden. We don't. But we have something. Our version of CERT would be our voluntary resource groups.
Yeah.
That means we have blue and yellow vests, so reflective vests that says it says voluntary resource group on it, or FRG on my language. But we do this probably the same thing as the CERT do.
Yeah.
Or similar.
Yeah. We didn't have FEMA until April 1979. However, FEMA was based off of something out of California again, Southern California, Los Angeles Fire Department, San Diego Fire Department, Los Angeles County, San Bernardino County, all the counties down there, they had an organization called FireScope. And FireScope was for fighting the fires and created interagency communications, and they first set up the first incident command system there. Then when the Oakland Hills fire was, the state of California says, we need something, because nobody up in Northern California were communicating because they didn't have this sort of thing. We need something. And someone goes, FireScope. And they went and they took that and they borrowed it almost identically, changed acronyms in there and stuff, and created the California Incident Command System. After 9/11, FEMA went and said, okay, we had problems here with at the Pentagon. Nobody could communicate. Nobody knew who was in charge. Everybody was trying to be in charge. And Sacramento went, we got something for you. We already did that. We lived through it. Here you go. And they took it. And actually, there are whole chapters verbatim are exactly word for word the same as California's. They just changed it from Cal EMA to FEMA.
Yeah.
And so,
I can show you the vest I have.
Yeah, and that's one of the things too. Why reinvent the wheel if somebody's invented it and it works great?
Exactly.
And I guarantee you, any good response agency says, "Sure, we'll send a couple of representatives to help you work out the bugs and adapt it to you." That's what California. They sent some people to back to Washington to help square it all out.
Yeah, it's interesting. Setting up. Maybe you can set something up in Sweden, Shadow.
Okay, this is our voluntary resource group, and it says that I am a leader.
Yeah, there you go.
So this is how our vests looks like.
Buried.
So when we get called out, we put these on. So there is another one that is over me, basically another rank, but they do the most paperwork and administrative admin. Now I can't even pronounce it either.
Administration.
Yeah. But me as a leader, I am on the field.
Yeah.
So I delegate the job to those I have under me.
Yeah. I want to share something here, just for laughs and giggles. All right. Martinez is where I was, my wife still lives there. I help, because I helped set up the national, I got involved in it, and the chief of police goes, "We want you." "Oh, you did it. You know all about it. You're in charge." And so I set it up. We set out all the program up. And so let's see what this one is. So this is the recertify. They started the recertifying program there. Let me go. The gentleman here on the left here with the hat.
Yeah.
That's Brian Lindblom, the former chief of police of San Ramon, who lives in Martinez. He was the second person to become certified as an instructor for us. And when I retired and moved up here, he took over the program. Trying to see what some of the other ones here. There's Brian again with his hat. But there's a specific person I'm looking for to see if I can find him in here. Come on, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Dang it. Anyways, our head of our communications group at the time, his name. Oh shoot, just lost it. He raises cockatoos. He raised cockatoos. And he was a founding member of the band Journey. And he became an operating room nurse. I can just see him. I mean, my kids used to talk to him all the time. They loved it when he came over. I just can't remember his name right now.
It will come to you.
Journe Journey band. I'll find it here. Let's go from images. Let's go to the information here. Wikipedia. Yeah, he's one of the founding members, and he with Ross Valerie still had. We're doing. There it is. George Tickner, my buddy George. He taught me all sorts of other stuff about ham radio. But unfortunately, George Tickner passed away a year and a half ago at age 76. But yeah, he normal. You think a rocker in emergency rescue?
Well, it's funny. I'm actually a gospel reggae singer.
Yeah, and
I'm a musician. If you can see some of my music on my channel.
Cool. And that's what go back to that one there. Go back to that background. And it was so funny is people would be in there coming to go, well, okay. And when I was leaving, people go, but Gil's leaving. I go, hey, you still got one of the founding members of Journey here, and everybody's eyes got about that big because George was very hush hush about it. His eyes got big. Go, you weren't supposed to say anything. The CERT team enrollment for the next 4 classes doubled when people found out that George Tickner, founding member of Journey, was voluntarily helping the city of Martinez.
Well, I mean, it's funny you should say that because at these moments in time, when you see these big wars, when you see all these things going on, you wonder where are all these sort of personalities, all these big stars. I mean, in America, when you had that the last, what was that was it California? No. When was it a hurricane that hit in that area? St. Helens, was it called?
All right.
Katrina?
The last one just hit that Hurricane Helene or so whatever. Anyways, hit
yes,
South Carolina, North Carolina, Southwest Tennessee, and yeah, that area.
And like some people were saying, you know, this never come this far before. And then there's other people going on about the lithium mining that's going on, and that was actually, they wanted to do the lithium mining before, but there was big going to and fro with the community. They didn't want it, and then this hurricane hit, and it never came that far. And it's interesting, it's actually hit the area. But what I was going to say about musicians, and you know, a lot of people are quiet. A lot of top people are very quiet. You know, they could actually get, like you said, they motivated people to become volunteers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But maybe because it's still considers like, you know, maybe conspiracy theories or preppers and nut jobs, that they won't get in touch. They won't get involved with it.
Well, there were some country western singers, you know, doing fundraisers, you know, sending money in to help and everything else like that.
So yes.
There was that going on with the country western, which isn't as big as rock and roll, but I prefer western music, anyways. So there were those, some of them doing it and stuff.
Right.
And when some construction companies from other states went down in there to help fix things, that's when the musicians behind the scenes I found out were ponying up to the construction. A construction company was just going to do it, and they say, "Here's $100,000 to help out. Here's $200,000. No, don't need to make a big deal about it. We're just giving you the money so your guys can stay down there longer and work longer."
Yeah, because I heard, you know, you hear stuff like the theme of people were turning people back, taking their supplies.
Yeah. A lot of those ones that were being ordered to do that, all those that were doing the ordering have been fired.
Wow.
On January 22nd.
Wow.
Boy.
Yeah. 2 days after he took office, a lot of them got fired. Because there was too much documentation of it. Yeah. And of course, that was all Republican area. So the Democrats were ordering them to, if they have a Trump sign out front, don't even go to their house.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And all those people, they've been documented. They've been getting fired left and right. And some of them, to save their benefits, resigned before they could get fired.
Well, you know, what going on? People are asking, you know, what's going on here? Then we're bringing in emergency supplies. We're trying to help people, and you know,
that was a political nightmare going on there.
Wow.
And it's not conspiracy. It's been well documented.
Yeah. And is there any connections between the mining companies as well?
That's the thing. The mining companies were paying them to to dump extra cloud seeding up in that area beforehand. Like they knew that was going to cause that. They like that could change a hurricane's path that much.
Well, funny you should say that, because I watched a video by a guy claiming that there's actually weather machines that were bringing in that hurricane to that area.
Yeah.
That they had these lights flickering. He had this video playing.
Yeah.
And you see the hurricane on the right side of the screen, and on the left of it, there was these big lights flashing, and people were asking, "What's that?" And I think the official story was that they were ladybirds. You've got these ladybirds that got light coming off them, or these particular insects. I don't know what they were, but and they were saying, "Oh, there were so many of those insects, and that's what was lighting up on the screen." But I don't know if you know anything about that. Is it possible for them to take, to use these HARP machines to bring in?
No, the technology we have is still, they're still doing cloud seeding, using the jet stream, doing the jetliners that do stuff and everything, and they're having minor success in doing rain.
Right.
To move a hurricane is way beyond our technology, and the power use that you would need to generate for machines big enough to do that. Well, it's not. I don't. Is
it possible that there's technology out there that we have got no idea about? That we'd go, no, it can't be possible. But is it possible that there is technology out there that can do a lot more than we think?
There is technology that can do more than the general public can think, and I got to be careful here because I'm treading on my non-disclosure. So there is stuff out there that does more than what is generally known. What that is, I'm not going to say.
It's funny when you mention HARP. A lot of people sort of go funny.
Yeah, especially
military people.
But as far as there are things that get blamed. This I can talk about. There are things that are blamed on HARP, DARPA, and everything. Oh, it's got to be one of these guys, and people just say, "Oh, it's these guys." And
it's HARP. Yeah, they've done it. Yeah.
And so one person says it, then 10 other people say it, and then 30 other people say it, and then and it's just because one person goes, "Oh, it has to be them," and there's no evidence at all for it. And so, we need evidence, so we're going to concoct the evidence and play with the videos and see. That's where you get some people just causing more harm than good, creating fake, not narrative, fake evidence.
Fake evidence, right, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because there was some people saying that area never gets hit with hurricanes.
It does.
Aha, right.
How it be, and I'm not going to bring it up, but basically, hurricanes take several paths. They go up the East Coast, right on the coast, up, and the Long Island Express is a big one. Went all the way up through New York and beyond. They go into the Gulf and they come up through Texas and go up and come that way. So basically, they've gone on either side of it, and they've gone all the way up to Ohio from Texas, where Ohio got torrential rains. This is just in the last 4 or 5 years. 3 years ago, they had one that went up into Ohio and dumped a boatload of rain up in Ohio. And then you have some that go up in the middle, and sometimes they go up and they turn.
Yeah.
Sometimes they go up straight and just dissipate.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things affecting the weather.
Yeah, the jet stream does that when it hits the UK. Yeah. Sometimes it hits in the middle. Sometimes it hits the north of England. Sometimes the south of England.
And do you know what affects the weather on Earth the most?
Cow farts. No, I'm only kidding. Sorry.
Think about it. What affects the weather of the Earth the most?
Wind.
Water. It affects, this affects wind. The sun.
The sun. Right, yeah.
Sun puts off has corona holes that put off proton particles and stuff. The solar waves, CMEs, everything else. It impacts the Earth a lot. And whichever part of the Earth is facing the sun gets impacted a lot. You know, summer, winter. So yeah, it's if you look back at all the tracks of hurricanes, that area's gotten hit before with hurricanes. Okay. It's got hit a lot, just not this intense. And it's like the some of the other floods and rains and stuff. Areas get rain all the time, and we haven't had rain in forever. And all of a sudden they get the big, like we were talking earlier, the big rainstorms, and also you got this flash floods coming down the canyons, taking out all the houses and everything else.
Yep. Yeah. So I mean, and there are a lot more activities happening now. Like there are more frequently happening, more earthquakes are happening, and more sort of things are happening.
Earthquakes are on a downplay right now.
What's on the upplay?
What's on the upplay? It's not the zombie apocalypse. It's the ignorance apocalypse.
Oh my
God. That.
Well, I think Tony Blair started that. When he started.
I've been tracking. 2006, 2005. That's when I started tracking all the earthquakes worldwide over 6.0 or greater. And so I got my spreadsheets for every year, and and when anything over 7.0 gets highlighted in yellow, anything over 8 gets highlighted in red. And right now, our hang on, let me bring up this year's. I can't share it because on my computer, which is still governed by non-disclosure stuff on there, because I still get calls and stuff. So so far this year, we're into March. All right, worldwide over 6.0, there have been 13 earthquakes this year. That's it.
Wow.
There have been 2 that are over 7.0, none over 8. Let me see if I can find where my folder is on this here. So I can bring up, last year's? Is it showing here still? No, it's not. Give me a second here, and I'll tell you what. I'll explain last year's. Sure. Okay, that should be under. I got to dig into the folders here. Because I got it automatically saving, so I don't that here.
No, Laurie put there. You can't fix stupid. Yeah. That's why we can't fix the governments.
Yeah.
But they make money being stupid. You see that if someone says to you, "I want you to be the prime minister or president," and everybody's going to hate you. Everybody's going to think that you're against the country, but you're going to be a millionaire after it, and you're also going to get lifetime protection. They don't care if everybody hates them; they're going to be rich.
God bless you too, Laurie.
God bless you, Laurie.
Documents, the Asset Center. Okay, so I need to be looking in documents. Got to find where I hit it.
That is so typical. You hide something on the computer and then you can find it.
I didn't actually hide it. Just when I built, because I had it on this computer before I started doing YouTube, and should be under documents, and there it is. Dummy. For some reason, it was doing it. Where is? There we go. For that. Earthquake information. There we go. Okay, so okay, 2024. So for the first put this up here. I don't need that. All right. So by this time last year, I got okay. So we had two 7.0 or graders by this time last year, but last year we had 6 more earthquakes than we do this year. I thought last year was a slow year. Let me go back to the previous year. 2023. There we go. Bring that one up. And so, all right, 2023. By March 3rd, or March 8th, there were 29 earthquakes, not 13. 29 earthquakes. There were five, not 2, that were 7.0 or greater. So you see, as I go back here and on my tracking here, that we're in a low earthquake phase right now. Last year was low. This year is low. Total for 2023 was 102. I know it's just by September. Shoot, I didn't grab the wrong one. So just by the end of September was 102 earthquakes in 2023, 6.0 or greater worldwide. 16 of them were 7.0 or greater. So
what events are increasing, if any?
Earthquakes are dropping.
Earthquakes are dropping, and what about hurricanes and stuff like that? Are they picking up?
Hurricane. I never clocked hurricanes because that wasn't a worldwide event.
Yeah.
And and NOAA does a great job of tracking that. And you can go on NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and they got all that data right there for you to look at.
Yeah, I will get. Yeah, it's good stuff. That is very good.
Let me go ahead and close that out, and close that out. There we go.
So that's a good. It's good tips to look into wherever you live. If you've got hurricanes, if you've got earthquakes, you've got volcanoes, you've got flooding.
Wildfires.
Wildfires. There's information out there from anything from how to escape, anything to how to treat people, and what kind of things to stock up on.
Yeah, one of the things that I'm trying to remember how many there were in there. I created a list of emergencies. Simple accidents, falling and hurting, breaking your leg, you're out of work. That's an emergency you need to prepare for. Being in a car accident, that's a different type of emergency you need to be prepared for. Heart attacks, wildfires, urban fires, house fires, just so there's, and basically I had a whole page of small print just going all the different type ones. And being the comedic doofus I am, the last one I put in was zombie apocalypse. Then guess what happens? We got all these zombies out there with cell phones going, oh. So yes, we're having a zombie apocalypse. It's caused by social media.
Yeah.
Well, I think the zombie's already here.
Yeah. Well, I like Lori's saying you can't fix stupid. Yeah. Ron White nailed that one as his catchphrase. But yeah, there are so many different ones, and you can check in your area, the local newspaper might be able to help you. County Office of like here in the United States, we have the County Office of Emergency Services. They can tell you what has happened in the history over the last 20, 30, 40 years or whatever. Just because it hasn't happened in your lifetime doesn't mean it hasn't been bad in the past. Mother Nature is like an EKG. Ding, 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 ding. Mother Nature gets upset and things start happening. And there are cycles that we're just beginning to understand. And anybody that follows what used to be suspicious observers now is space weather spaceweather.com with Ben Davidson or Ben Davis, and he shows the cycles of the solar cycles, every 11-year solar cycles. All right, we know there's 11 years now. And then out of those, there's ones that are every so often there's one that's bigger. They plotted those. There are glacial cycles. There are magnetic flips. We know the polars flip because they found rocks that, this rock here, this is pointing this way, but this one formed that this one here is pointing that way, but the rocks haven't moved in the earth. So as they were formed, there's, the magnetic poles flip, and we're in one of those starting up.
Yeah.
And then they have what's called the every 6,000 year cycle of major disasters. I mean, major stuff. Quote, extinction level events almost.
Do you know anything about planet Nibiru?
Nibiru? Not until I can build my own Death Star to move me around the galaxy.
And there's people out there that reckon there's this planet that moves around every, I think, 3,600 years or.
Yeah, moves out of the Kuiper Belt and comes in a little closer and goes back outside the Kuiper Belt. Yeah. Is that a planet? Is that a dead dwarf?
Yeah. Sitchin, that guy Sitchin, who I believe is a fraud.
Yeah.
I think he's just a Freemason, and he reckons that he translated the this writing, Sumerian text and stuff like that, and said, there's these Anunnaki, and they're gonna they created us nonsense. But
yeah,
Laurie.
I think I'll have a better chance of developing transwarp drive for an RV first.
Yeah, if you have some success with that, you should have the Nobel Prize.
Yeah, this is like, and everybody did. I'm not seeing any comments yet on it. The RV with transwarp drive was from the movie Spaceballs.
Have I upset Laurie?
No, she's agreeing with you.
Yeah.
Whoever that guy is, he's full of it. Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah. Well, it's almost 4:30 here. I need to
prepare for your live stream.
Well, it doesn't start for another hour and a half.
I'll tell you what, it's gone. Talking about this information is very valuable because people out there, they don't know. They might not have friends to talk to. They might not, know much. So there's lots of information for people to gather out there. And again, like we said, whatever area you're in, there's information on that. Whether you live in a dry river, what to do if you live in a dry river, what to do if I live near a volcano. I'd say move away if you do live near a volcano, and if you do live near a dry river, get out, because Mother Nature. The people say dead this, dead that. I'm like, well, hang on a minute. Why is it that they can suddenly get resurrected? And you get these flash floods in Cyprus. People are like, wow, we've got a really nice cheap house. Now you know why. Now you know why that house was cheap.
Yeah. Well.
You wouldn't get Coca-Cola building on land like that because they know, they would sort of do their research. But you get these companies, we'll sell properties, we'll sell you. They don't care what's coming. They just say, oh, we didn't know it was going to rain,
Yeah.
So what about? That's an interesting one to talk about. What about the unexpected things like that? That's why I said about doing drills because you don't know what can happen. I mean,
all right. One of the things I have been pushing for decades, because I started teaching emergency preparedness right after the 1971 Selmar earthquake.
Well, I was 3 years old.
Yeah, I was 14 as a Boy Scout, and, you know, wrote a pamphlet and stuff for it, and started teaching and pushing it because,
Brilliant.
hey, I lived through it. So,
Unexpected.
is you need to have a base plan, a basic plan, which doesn't deal with any disasters. The base plan covers.
Hey, Gary, good to see you.
Yeah, the base plan covers food, water supplies, clothing, and the essentials to survive. The appendix to the base plan is a communications plan, how you're going to communicate, and so basically, and then you start. Then from your base plan, you start having event plans, or in the federal government called it tactical response plan for a TRP for a specific event. So then, you know, like from LA, when I lived in LA, so we had our base plan, then we had our earthquake plan, then we had our wildfire plan, then we had the flood plan, because it doesn't rain in Southern California, it pours, and the canyon up behind us would flood, 3-4 times a year. And so we had to work on a flood plan, and so we had the summer heat plan for, you know, it's 120 this year, you know, what are we going to do? And so you start on what happens in your area historically, and then you hunt out the old timers, and find out what happened back when you were a kid 80 years ago. Oh, I remember when I was 15, we had this happen. Damn, nobody knows about that happening here ever. Now you know something that has happened before in your area. Not often, but it has happened.
Yeah.
So now you need to add that to your list. It may be farther down the list, but it's, you know, you start off with what is the most occurring one: California earthquakes, wildfires, floods, riots. You know, all the different ones you go through, things that happen often. And you work your way to things that happen every 50 years, or every 100 years, or whatever, or never at all. Yeah, I'm preparing for the nuclear war. Never happened yet. How many people are off there trying to worry about a nuclear war? I mean, people have been doing that since I was born.
Yeah, the last time they worried about nuclear war, that was under the Cold War.
Yeah.
And after that, when that ended, people didn't worry about that anymore.
Yeah, and you know, there are still people, oh, but it's going to happen. And there's people that are so worried about it, go, screw it. What's a first strike area? I'm going to move there, so it's over in a flash. I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. So
CB, you got that one right. I don't want to give us strikes for singing. It won't be a copyright strike. It'll be a crimes against humanity strike if I start singing.
Yeah, don't give up your day job, please.
Yeah. Shadow, up there, just about ready to go off. My last comment I put in there, it just went off so you got to scroll up to see it.
Let's see.
Right before YouTube police came in.
Okay, there we have. Oh,
yeah. So the link's in there, and the title of it is after the power grid collapses. What are your plans? So you want to come over there and talk about stuff, guys. Side chat, you want to come over and listen to see what sort of conspiracy stuff I'm going to talk about the power grid.
Yep. So feel free to do so.
Yep. And everywhere, the power grid isn't just power grid collapse is not strictly a U.S. or European thing. It's anywhere there's power, and it can be as simple as, you know, some areas it could just be as simple as a car running into a power pole and just causing domino effect.
I just gave your channel a thumbs up.
Thank you.
N428. After the power grid collapses, what are your plans?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Laurie says, put your legs and kiss your butt goodbye.
Well, I mean, what if you're put into a situation, because it's interesting that we've got Jill here and Shadow's a leader of a group. If you're in a situation where all of a sudden you're having to lead a party of people that you know, I mean, you might not, you may well survive, and you know, we're talking about this kind of subject, and there's a reason why we're talking about this now. Maybe God wants us to help people in the future, and we you know, you could find yourself in a situation where you have survived, and now not only that, you've got like some children that have turned up, some people that are there with you that don't know what to do, they're stressed out, they're anxious, they're worried, you know, and as having the basics of survival, the basics, you know, can save lives. Even just how to process water, how to make a fire, how to build shelter, because people actually, they need, it's actually, life is actually much more simple than the society makes it out to be. You know, I mean, what do we really need? We need shelter, some food, some water, you know, but today's society, they need so much more, you know, entertainment, you know, instant food, instant gratification, instant this, instant that, you know, instant tomato sauce instead of making the real deal, you know, everything's instant. So in a situation where all that's gone.
Yeah. What's interesting, why I started to laugh there is I write books, novels. I'm getting ready to start publishing some of them. But I just started another one, the outline of another one. And the outline of the other one is basically it has nothing to do with me because I don't have an IQ of 175. There's a kid. He's, you know, graduates high school when he's 15. He goes to university and stuff. He's younger than everybody else. He's a genius and stuff. But what happens is I don't want to get dinged for saying what the word is. There is something that is highly transmitted, airborne and waterborne and touchborne, and it is spreading faster than the Sahara wind. And he's on a bus with other college students returning from the east towards the west, and he gets a phone call from his parents saying, "Hey, we've bugged out to the retreat. You need, where are you? Can you get off the bus? And do we need to come for you?" And he the bus is at a stop in Nevada, one of the cities there, for a break. He gets his bag out of the bar. Everyone, the bus driver's trying to stop him. He goes, "Hey, I'm getting out of here." And also one of the girls says, "Oh, this is going on over there in San Francisco. This is going on in LA." And all of a sudden he's got about 12 people trying to follow him, trying to do whatever he says to do, because they those are stuff that's coming from all different directions. "Where are you going? We'll do anything you want to do." And there's one line in there which happened to me in real life when I was a teenager. When I was teaching the class, and the one girl in the class, and I quoted it in the book, I'm using it in the book. She goes, "I'll be your sex slave if you protect me." You will get that happen in real life. You will get people offering to do anything to save their family. They'll do anything for you. And so basically he winds up trying to organize these people. All right, we don't have a bus. We're going to be on foot. Just then, when someone says, "I can rent us, I got enough on my card, I can rent us a U-Haul, truck, and we can all climb in there and go." And so things just start going on, and people go, "What do we need? What supplies can we take with us? I can rent another U-Haul." And so in a matter of a couple hours, they rent 3 U-Hauls. They hit Sam's Club, they hit Costco, they hit Walmart, they hit every place they can, and just, he goes, "Forget candy, forget this, forget that. You want beans, rice, flour,
Pasta.
pasta, canned meat, canned tuna, canned chicken, canned beef.
Honey.
Yeah. He went through, and they just and he goes,
Anything.
and everybody grabbed 2 packages of toilet paper because it's going to take us a while to reinvent toilet paper.
Yeah.
But that's fantastic because exactly, I do believe many of us will end up in a situation where we're going to be looking after people. I do believe that. I do believe that there are a lot of people being trained up by God, by the Holy Spirit, to get their minds off the system, off the money, letting go now.
Yeah.
And because people are there's people that commit suicide because they didn't get the grades, they didn't get what society, what they needed to have for society to accept them, and knowing that they're going to receive all that rejection and hate. Oh, you're not a doctor. Oh, you never made it. Oh, you can't get a wife now. Oh, you can't get a mortgage. So
they didn't live up to the standards of the society.
Yeah, here's another real life event that happened to me a whole bunch of times. Back in the late 20s, like 2005, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, up to 2015 and stuff. Because I was working with counties and cities besides my job, but as a volunteer with the CERT program, working with all these counties and cities and stuff, getting their CERT programs up together as and I can't tell you how many times the liaison from the police department, the fire department, the county, whatever, for all these different cities and stuff. Well, can I come over to your house? I said, you're welcome to come over to my house when the big disaster happens. Problem is, I'm not going to be there.
Same. That's what we say to people. When many people say it to me. But coming back to what we were saying, I do believe that many of us will find ourselves in that situation. What you just explained, people saying, well, you look like where you're going, sort of thing. I mean, in our minds, it's just that we haven't reacted in the same way. We haven't panicked. We've got some kind of plan in our minds and what have you. And, people are going to be desperate for that. They're going to be desperate. And I think the most simplest things is going to help people initially. Forget about power, forget about growing stuff initially. Yes, it's nice to know where edibles are. It's nice to have power, but initially that day, you might just need to just calm someone down. All right, look, just go and collect some firewood. Go and collect some, like you said, get them to do little jobs.
Yeah. Then the 19 what was it 78, 77? The movie Earthquake with Charlton Heston and the others and stuff. George, can't think of his name now. George, he did a lot of action.
I remember that film.
Okay, he's a cop, and he's in the bar. He's getting drunk, and everybody's screaming and panicking. He says, "Shut the! I'm drinking here." And because the cop yelled, they all just shut up. Because he knows that he goes, just shut up. It's over. Or the big part of it's over. Just relax. He's in the bar there. He's all mad because everybody's screaming and yelling and stuff. And he's like, shut up.
Okay, guys, that means we need to get a little speech prepared of how to shut people up.
Oh, yeah.
I can imagine Shadow. Shut up, everybody. And you're quite quiet, really, but in an emergency situation, it's funny, maybe the ones that are sort of not so loud might be the loudest. I don't know. Or not. Maybe not.
Sometimes it's just, you gotta, it's going to take to shock people out of their panic. And sometimes sometimes you can do that quietly.
Yeah.
Other times you got to do it louder, be louder than them. Just, shut up.
Or what's the other saying? Come with me if you want to live.
Yeah.
Come with me if you want to live. It was Arnold Schwarzenegger, or was it someone else?
Yeah.
But yeah, that something like that. You need to get people to if people are panicking around you. That's one thing to do is try to calm them all down. However, that's a two-edged sword. Suddenly you have 100 people following you, and you can't get to where you want to get to. And so you have to make a thing. All right, do I sneak out the back door and get going, or do I try to calm all these people down?
Yeah, that's going to be
which one is going to be more dangerous to me?
Yeah, because especially
that reminds me of from Alien 2.
Yeah.
Where Ripley said to one of the colonial marines, he was way up in the space, basically. He was so stressed up, and she just stepped forward and said, "Put yourself together, soldier. Relax."
Oh,
and
yes,
he
the
just
guy that was going,
okay.
Yeah, the guy that kept shouting, "What are you going to do now? What are you going to do now?"
Yeah. It was Hudson.
Yes.
So that's one of the things that. Oh, George Kennedy. I finally remember the name. George Kennedy was the actor. But yeah, that's one of the things you got. You have to judge the situation. That's where having situational awareness to what's going on around you before it happens. So when something happens, you're like, okay, I don't trust that guy. I don't throws. And you can say you already know who may be a trouble.
You're breaking up sometimes, Gil.
Yeah, he froze.
He froze. He's freezing.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. I lowered the resolution on the camera.
Yeah.
There are things to do. You got to be aware about with the people around, who you know, who you don't know, who makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. Because usually you're pretty right. When the hair stands on you about somebody, you're pretty right about them. And you need to be able to make a decision of, do I get involved with these people or not? Is my safety going to be compromised? Is the safety of my family going to be compromised? And this is a hard call.
Yeah. Well, you even see that in a military situation where, like Shadow just mentioned, the aliens. There was one scene where the predators were, the soldiers were falling out of the sky, and they landed on this planet. And there was one of them was a triad, one of them was a Russian, one of them was a woman who was Israeli army. Another guy was
IDF.
IDF. Another guy was an American soldier, mercenary, and
Royce.
Everyone was all confused, and like he was the only one that seemed to be sort of calm, and he was like, "Well, I'm going this way," and everyone decided to follow him. So yeah, that's very true there, Jill. I mean, yes, if you're with a bunch of guys that are dangerous or could, who do you stick with? But I'm thinking more of vulnerable type people.
Yeah, and the thing is though, you got to remember about vulnerable type people. They're just like a drowning person in the water.
I'm learning. This is all good. We're learning. This good.
They might drag you down.
Yes, exactly.
Because a drowning person will hang on and try to climb up on top of you and drown you before they wind up drowning.
Yeah.
So you may, it depends on the size of the group. If there's 2 or 3 people or 4 or 5 people, that's one thing. If you got like 30 people around, I'm sorry, it's like I'm playing Snagglepuss, the cartoon character. Exit stage left, as fast as I can run.
Gone.
So so it's one of those things of it's like this is a what if with 40,000 different variables, and you have that's why your situational awareness has to be going on constantly. You're not always thinking paranoid. Okay, earthquake. It's amazing. No, you just think, all right, okay, I'm in a new restaurant. Okay, there's an exit over there. That's an exit over there. Why is that guy giving the waitress a bad time? And just simple things, and just acknowledge things around, keep aware of it. So if something happens, you have a little bit of already assimilated visual input to judge on what you're going to do.
It's true, because it's easy saying, okay, I'll help these people out, and they're like, in their mind, they're scheming. You might have a vehicle, a weapon, some supplies. You might have a truck. You know, they might have a little car. Other people might have some other transport, whatever. And then next minute you wake up in the morning, your truck's gone, your gun's gone, your supplies gone. The people you was helping out have robbed you.
Yeah. And and that's one of the things, having grown up in Southern California in the San Fernando Valley. And then up here, and then moved up to Northern California by Oakland. I am not that trusting of groups,
right,
or even some individuals. And so it's kind of hard for most people to be.
Very good, because actually, from now, I would advise people to know who's around you.
Mm-hmm.
Make a note, because in certain situations, especially when we talk about stuff, and people say to us, we're going to come around your house. But how many of those people have told other people that you've got stuff around your house as well?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I've got a friend around the corner. He's a prepper. We could go around there.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I spelled this right. No, I didn't spell it. Hang on. I got to correct it. There we go. All right. So she said, rule 1, trust no one.
Yeah.
Come on, pop up. Rule 2, trust but verify.
Yeah.
And so there are things you have to realize. Pros again, with other people and stuff, to figure out what you're going to do. It's but you can't always just be, there's another one I would want to type in. I'm just going to say it. Hard times, hard choices. Hard times, hard choices. You best be prepared to make those hard choices. You can't save it. Oh, and then what goes right along with that is you can't save everyone. Or as one guy says, you can't save everyone, so get over it. And it's kind of what's the word, crass, jaded, but hey, you can't save everyone. And I like the there was come on, brain work. Jerry Ahern's book, The Survivalist. I can't remember which book it is, but he made the main character made a statement: "I will survive, so my family can survive. My family and I will survive, so some of our friends can survive. My family, and our friends will survive, so we can help the community survive. Myself, my family, my friends, and the community will survive, so we can help the city to survive." And it goes right on up, so we can help the nation survive.
Yeah.
You got to start small. You got to start with yourself. It's an upside down pyramid. So you got to be able to make those hard choices. We need to survive. Sorry, you got to go. Yeah. Oh well, yeah. It's really. I got to go now. It's almost time. I got an hour and 5 minutes before I kick off my live stream with the countdown.
I'm going to shoot off as well. We're going to let Swedish get some rest.
Yeah, I need to wrap things up now anyway. So,
all right. See you all later.
Take care.
See you later, Gil.
I'll just hear Sketch Shadow, finish up, and then I'll get off as well at the same time.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for having us on.
You're very welcome.
Very, very interesting subject tonight. Very important subject tonight. And thank you again. Yeah. Very
you're welcome.
Everybody in the chat. Good night. Good night, Shadow.
Good night. Take care. Stay safe. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. And I will see you in the next one. same time, same channel. You know the drill. So until the next time, take care, stay safe. God bless.
God bless you.